Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the meeting of the North Penn School District Board of School Directors, October 14, 1997. The meeting tonight is our regularly scheduled work session. We will also be presenting proclamation to outstanding students. This meeting is being videotaped for community cable channels. Individuals attending this meeting and intending to speak to the board should be aware that they are being videotaped. In order to meet the requirements of the Pennsylvania Sunshine Law, it is necessary to record the names of all citizens who speak to the board during this meeting. To assure compliance with this requirement, it is essential that those planning to address the board come to the microphone and state their name and address. Members of the audience are asked to limit their questions and comments to no more than 5 minutes. This limit will permit time for all those who wish to speak to the board to do so. Whenever members of the audience exceed this time limit, the board president may ask the individual to yield the microphone to the next speaker. And this is in reference to Board Policy 8344.2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, Pledge of Allegiance, and Mrs. Krieger, it's your birthday. Would you like to lead us? You're welcome.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Happy birthday. It's a nice place to spend it.
29.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, probably the happiest moment of the evening, proclamations. Mr. Weir, if you would.
What's up? Thank you, Madam President. Our high school principal, Dr. Vincent Cotter, is here this evening to welcome and to introduce the students that will be recognized. Dr. Cotter, if you'll come to the podium, please. Before Dr. Cotter begins to introduce and name the students, I'd like to invite them to come forward in alphabetical order. Those who are attending, please, and circle round in back of us so that you're in full view of the television cameras. This is a distinguished group. We should welcome them as they arrive. We invited 34 North Penn High School students to attend this evening because they are to be recognized for their outstanding accomplishments in the National Achievement and National Merit Scholarship Awards program, and these are our commended students. I don't think we have 34 students here because these are the people that have very busy schedules, and I'm sure if they could have been here, they would be here. The proclamation is essentially the same for each student. It's customized to name the student, of course. I'll read it only once, as you would like. Whereas many North Penn School District students individually and collectively perform distinguished service to their school in many activities, and whereas the reputation and image of the North Penn School District is built and enhanced by the performance of its faculty and students, and whereas the accomplishments of individual students in academic, artistic, athletic, leadership, literary, and musical endeavors bring positive community interest in school programs, and whereas the future of any community rests in the hands of its responsible youth. And then the student is named because the student has rendered considerable service to his or her school and community by focusing attention on academic accomplishments and by achieving the status of commended student in either the National Achievement or National Merit Scholarship Program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the North Penn Board of School Directors go on record this 14th day of October, 1997, honoring the spirit and accomplishment of this exemplary performance. Dr. Cotter, if you will, please.
Thank you. As principal of North Penn High School, I proudly announce that 34 students have been recognized as National Commended Merit Scholars. Each year, approximately 1 million students, over 1 million students, actually take the PSAT. 35,000 of those students are recognized as National Merit Commended Scholars. It's truly an honor because many schools throughout the United States are fortunate if they have a handful or possibly one. North Penn High School, as you can see, has 34, and we're very proud of that. I'd like to introduce those students that are in attendance tonight. I'll read the entire list, comprehensive list. Rebecca Alford, Kimberly Baxter, Christopher Beals, Adam Clark, Peter Colvin, Bethany Davis.
Would they come forward one by one as their name is called, please? Excuse me, Dr. Cotter.
That's fine. Christopher Beals,
We'll hold the applause until we're finished, okay?
Christopher Beals, Adam Clark, Peter Colvin, Bethany Davis, Kristen Lee Durstein, Joshua Entz, Matthew Estat, Melissa Fickman, Adam Fisher, Christina Fretz, Emily Hall, William Hannings, Jennifer Hayes, Megan Herb, Ann Kim, Mark Lee, Kathleen Love, Paul Mahoney, Kathleen O'Driscoll, Timothy Plymette, Michael Riley, Rishi Sanyel, Andrew Seitz,
Are you Ann?
Benjamin Shelley, Joanna Singh, Jeremy Starchio. Ann Tanis, Jessica Turk, Ramneet Wadera, Colleen Wasson, Brian Winterhalter, and Jimmy Young. That's our complete list.
Are there any late arrivals that should be called?
Yes.
Are there any late arrivals?
Dr. Cotter, were there any late arrivals?
We started promptly.
Okay, another round of applause, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tradition here that when awards are given, we ask the recipients to walk around and shake every person's hand here. We catch it on film. It's kind of cute. It's, you know, it's those kind of videos we save as parents. But we're convinced that someday these kids are going to be famous, and we get to tell everybody in the retirement home that we knew them when and shook their hand. So, Christopher, if you'd start bringing it around, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming.
I don't get tired of applauding them if you don't. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's always a treat for the board members. Okay, K through 12 curriculum, Dr. Bose, if you'd like to start. Yeah, why don't we wait till folks have an opportunity to move and doors closed. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to move up to the front. The whole front row cleared out. Okay, Dr. Bose.
Thank you, Madam President. This evening, we're making 3 reports to the board and to our guests, as well as the community at large. And those topics are looping, which is kind of a strange word. It's nothing to worry about, believe me. Grouping and test results. I'll begin by introducing looping and tell you that I know it. I've known it for 7 years by a different name. In a different place, it was called successive teaching. And essentially, it means that we promote the teacher with the kids. It generally happens in the primary grades, though it can happen in the upper elementary grades. It is a elementary concept. It benefits from the positive contributions that the same teacher and the same group of kids working together can accomplish. Namely, that it builds a positive relationship, a stronger partnership with parents in 2 or more successive years. There's a greater sense of accountability and responsibility parents and teachers have to each other, because they share more of the life of the same children that they both serve in growth and development. Parents have a sense that the teacher is more accessible. Both have a common experience of heightened cooperation and better communication because they've known each other now for more than 1 year. Teachers begin instruction sooner. After all, they know where the kids were when the last school year ended. They may have even designed summer experiences to keep the learning curve at the highest level, and they know where to pick up with the kids when they return after the summer recess. Instead of exploring through preliminary testing and efforts to determine what the kids know so as to decide where to start. Students know what the teachers expect of them. They've known this teacher for a year. And so that degree of familiarity increases the comfort level and makes it easily understood what this teacher expects because they know this teacher. There's no exploring period. Dr. Hassler will share with you the North Penn experience, how long we've had this operation in North Penn, what we know about it, and something about our own observations right here in North Penn. Dr. Hassler.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. First of all, we began looping in 1995-1996 school year, and currently we have 7 buildings that are participating in the looping process. Bridle Path, Hatfield, Inglewood, Culp, and Oak Park are participating in students looping from 1st grade to 2nd grade. That's 5. And at Gwynn-Nor, we have looping taking place from 4th grade to 5th grade, and at Gwinnett Square from 5th grade to 6th grade for the 7 classrooms. Our process includes notifying parents in the spring if there's an intention to implement or continue looping at that school or in a grade level. We generally invite parents in for a meeting to explain the process, and also there's an opt-out process where parents, if they're not interested in proceeding with looping, have an opportunity to have their child in another class at that grade level. Looking at our numbers, it has not driven the number of teachers that we hire. We basically look at the number of students at a grade level, use our maximum numbers, and divide by that, and we assign teachers initially from the central office, not knowing which classes will be looping at that time. Some of the observations that we've had from teachers as we've surveyed teachers, our staff, and principals is that, as Dr. Bowe said, the teacher gets to know the students and parents. There's less downtime as the year begins. Student strengths and weaknesses are readily known as the following year begins, and developmentally appropriate practices at the primary levels are easily put into place. In addition, in looking at the research on grouping beyond North Penn, a summary of the research shows that the teacher has a closer working relationship, as I said, with parents. The students generally interact in a more positive manner since they know each other well. Instruction at the beginning of the year matches the students' performance levels. There's no pre-testing, etc. needed. The students build a family atmosphere and climate since they know each other better. There are generally less discipline problems since the students already are very familiar with the teacher's expectations. As I said, the students clearly know the teacher's expectations since they had the teacher the previous year, and fewer student excuses are used for forgetting homework, not returning permission slips. In other words, it's much easier for a teacher to establish or reestablish their rules or rules of the classroom. Students view the next school year in a more positive manner since they already know the teacher. Parents typically feel more comfortable contacting the teacher since they have dealt with the teacher previously. And existing students were more appropriate models for new students. This came from a survey that took place in a number of schools that were doing grouping. And basically that's our process, and we'd like to continue the process. And I think the important part of this is parent involvement. And if a parent is not interested in the grouping practice at that grade level, they have that opportunity, as I said before, to opt out of the process. Thank you, Dr. Bose.
We also want to remind ourselves that historically, in the evolution of the public school, in small rural communities where the first public schools emerged, we all recognize and perhaps know somebody, though there might be few of us left, who ever sat in a one-room classroom. Well, there still might be some people who have had that experience, including my spouse, who for the first 5 years of her elementary school experience was in a one-room classroom. The advantages of that, obviously, are the kindred spirit that's developed among people who spend so much time together. Now, sometimes that's not always good, as you well imagine, as some families might tell you. But in a school setting, it's a generally good experience that there's that comfort level between teachers and kids. So it's not a brilliant new idea. It's simply a tried and true idea that has been recognized again for the value it provides in the working relationship, particularly between teachers and parents, who are the two most important adult groups in the lives of children. And then secondly, I want to assure the board and our community that this does not increase class size, nor does it affect grouping strategies, which will be the subject of report yet tonight. And with that, I would conclude, Madam President, our remarks and invite whatever questions there might be.
Okay, very good. Board questions to the left, Mr. Mosey.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Hasser, if you would, could you go back over the numbers again?
Sure.
You said bridle path, what grades are involved?
Okay. I'll list all the schools that have grades looping from first to second.
First to
Bridle
second.
Path,
Hatfield,
Hatfield,
Inglewood,
correct, Inglewood, Culp,
and Oak
and
Park.
Oak Park.
Okay, and Gwen Nor and Gwinnett Square are 5th and 6th grade,
Gwynn Nor is 4 to 5.
4 to 5.
Gwinnett Square is 5 to 6.
Is this something that's approved by the state or mandated by the state? It sounds like kind of an experimentation process to me.
It's not connected with the state government or school regulation whatsoever.
We're not in violation of any school regulation or? Okay.
Nor is it a state mandate.
Okay. Who initiated this grouping?
I think I probably am the one responsible in conversations with principals. I shared the experience I had elsewhere and the advantages that it rendered, and there were principals that expressed an interest in it, and I encouraged them to talk to their teachers and try it if there were volunteers, but certainly inform the parents as well. So parents always had the option to remove their children.
Is this something that should have come to the board before it was initiated?
I wouldn't think so. I certainly hope not.
If we're changing our method of, changing some procedure and method of instruction, don't you think the board should be aware of that?
I think this is merely an assignment of students to class. It's done randomly. It could be done moving a whole group of kids together who had already been together for a year. I viewed it as merely a class assignment exercise.
You say it doesn't affect class sizes, but it is strictly a volunteer program.
Teachers
What happens if you have a third grade where maybe you have 25 kids and only 15 parents volunteer for it? Now we have a class size of 15?
No. We balance classes, and that generally happens with new kids, replacing the move-outs. And as you know, our history has been always to have more new kids than we have move-outs. So we keep in mind that we can put new kids into a class that stay together for a second year, and generally it's a good class to put them in because the kids are already in a family-like environment, and they generally welcome new kids, and new kids make a quick transition.
So if you had a situation where you only had, say you had a class of 25 and only 15 parents or students participate, what would you do then?
That hasn't happened.
But if it did,
we would randomly...
you would not have it in that grade then?
No, we'd randomly assign 10 more kids.
Without parents, would there have to be a parent's permission then?
Mr. Mosey, we don't ask parents now where their kids, what teacher their kids are going to have. The only thing different here is because they stay with the same teacher, and it's not a usual manner of assigning kids. As a courtesy to the parents, we inform them. And if the parents say, I'd rather not, we don't.
Okay.
So you fill in the seats.
Balance classes always.
You gave me the classes that are involved in this. Do you plan to expand this in any time in the future? Because it sounds like an experimental project to me.
Well, I assure you it's not experimental.
No?
Staying with the same teacher is not. What's experimental about that? I already know the teacher. The teacher's work is already known by the parents. The parents can opt out of it. I would encourage other teachers to do it and other principals to try it if they wish. But there's no mandate here. You like it and you feel comfortable with it, then you do it. If you don't, or you're worried about it, you don't do it.
Mr. Mosey, Dr. Robinson wanted to jump in here and address some of your questions.
I just wanted to say that I have some personal experience because approximately 28 years ago, my sister did the same thing. She's a teacher in Philadelphia. It was called something different. It wasn't called looping, but she took her class actually from first grade to third grade. So she kept the same children for 3 years. So it's not a new practice at all. It has a different name.
How about when the children go from third grade to fourth grade and now they go to another teacher?
There usually is no problem transitioning from one grade to the other. Actually, in many cases, the students have a much better sense of self-esteem. They have a much better sense of confidence because they've been with a person who's helped them over those 2 or 3 years, and they haven't had to make all of those changes from year to year to year. So it has not been a problem.
But there's still going to be an adjustment period. They've had someone for 3 years. They've been very comfortable with them. It's almost a family atmosphere. And now you're going to take them from that teacher whom they may love in the door, and now move them up to fourth grade. You don't foresee there being a transitional problem?
Or after 3 years, they might be ready for a change. They may be tired of that person. But my experience, and again, it was only with one person, but having talked with her on a regular basis, it was actually a phenomenal experience for both her and the students.
Are there other school districts in the area using this program?
New Hope Solebury was featured in the newspaper about 2 weeks ago in the Sunday Inquirer, talking about this practice.
Is that the only one?
I am sure there are other, I can't name the others off the top of my head, but it's a practice that's common across the country. It's not new at all.
And my final question is, you mentioned the fact that it doesn't affect the number of teachers. If we take a first grade teacher and she's going to move up to second grade with those students, and up to third grade with those students, we don't have to replace someone for the incoming students to start the next looping group?
Well, we
I
reassign.
see looping groups, just revolving.
Well, we look at if we're moving a teacher from first to second, obviously, then we need to move someone out of second grade to another assignment at another grade level. So it's really just a flip-flopping of assignments.
So we're not bringing in any new teachers?
No.
The number of teachers remains the same.
And usually it's an agreed-upon decision. For example, at Culp School this year, we had a first grade teacher move to second grade. Now, in our situation, we lost a grade level, so it was just a replacement, but we had already, 2 teachers had already agreed. A second grade teacher had agreed to move to first. That's how the looping process occurs.
So then this teacher, I guess, gets to third grade with these students, she goes back to first grade and gets a new group.
And you start, right, you start the process again.
Just one question on the blue sheet in the explanations. Students would be added only to replace students who have moved in order to balance class sizes. Could you explain that a little bit?
Well, your example is what happens to a class of 25 if 10 parents opt out.
Right.
Class is reduced to 15. If the average class size, suppose there are 3 sections and there are 75 kids, so the average class size is 75. We don't allow a class of 35 and one of 15. We will balance that by moving 10 kids randomly into the void.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosey. Mrs. Krieger.
Just a couple things for clarification. Dr. Robinson, did you say you had somebody 28 years ago that did this?
I said that it's not a new practice, and I said that 28 years ago, my sister did it in Philadelphia as a teacher.
Is she still teaching today? And
She's a
doing it
principal
today?
in Philadelphia.
Are they still doing it in Philadelphia today?
I'm not familiar with what's happening in Philadelphia.
Because 28 years ago was 4 years before I graduated, and a lot of things have changed in education since 28 years ago. And I'd like to think that I moved here from probably one of the most progressive places in the country, and I've never heard of this looping practice. Maybe it's because California was never in the little red schoolhouse mode, but I don't believe we are either. Dr. Bose, you stated that that you would hope that something like this wouldn't have to come before the board for
I think I said, I don't think.
prior to its implementation. Then
I think
could you explain to the board why teaming had to come before the board for approval?
I think teaming was a part of the program of studies presentation made to the board, and the principals wove that into their presentation.
The teaming is about class assignment, Dr. Bose.
Teaming is about teacher assignment and student assignment.
And it's also about better communication with parents in regards to their children's academic achievement. And I see it very similar to some of the things that you've mentioned here tonight in regards to looping. I respectfully disagree that something like this should have come to the board prior to its implementation. But since it didn't, and since we're here addressing it now, as curriculum liaison, I have more questions. Are there any special ed students in any of the looping classes in either first to second grade, fourth to fifth, or fifth to sixth? Dr. Haslett.
I don't have the specific breakdown. I could get that for you, but again, it would be those special ed students that would be mainstreamed into that classroom for that subject area, that grade. But if you want that, I would certainly bring that to you.
I do, thank you. What have the academic assessment findings told our administrators to the academic benefits of looping? I've heard about all of the touchy-feely issues of communication and comfort level for the students. What about the academic benefits of looping? Has that been assessed since 1995?
We've had 1 year's experience. We have not assessed 1 year's experience.
This would be the third. 95, 96 was the first year. 96, 97 was the second year. We're in 97, 98 now,
No,
so.
I may have said the wrong, 96, 97.
96,
I'm sorry,
97 was
was the first year.
Last year was the first
No,
year.
no, that's not correct, Dr. Bose, because there was a looping class at Bridle Path in the 95.
According to the information I have, it
95,
began in 96, 97.
That's correct.
Okay, I think that's in order. I think more than anything, we need to be assessing the children's academic assessment, and if this is something that is beneficial to them as a group.
How do you assess that, Mrs. Krieger?
Well, that's your job, Dr. Bose.
Well, you want me to establish an experimental and a control group?
So it is experimental then?
No. Do you want me to establish an experimental and control group? That's the way normally that kind of research is done.
Well,
I don't think that's necessary. I'm telling you that in the school system I know where I worked and helped start it, it's existed for it's in its 7th year. This is its 7th year. I've called that school district to learn if there's any disappointment, any anger, any agitation over it, any parent resentment, and I have found that it's as well accepted as it was after its 3rd year when I left that school district. The brief work we did in looking at grades on a test similar to our PSSA was to discover that on average the kids who stayed with the teacher the 2nd year did better than the kids who did not. Now, I wouldn't call that research because there's so many factors that can influence. There's so many variables involved in that experience to be able to say only one factor influenced a test score.
Well, there has got to be some kind of written documentation. If this is something done nationwide and wherever it is that you're aware this has been for 7 years, I would assume, maybe wrongly, that in the realm of accountability, school boards would have to be able to justify continuing the program by showing their community the academic benefits that it brought to the students.
Mrs. Krieger, do we require the same kind of accountability for the random assignment of children to their teachers every year?
Absolutely, Dr. Bose.
We do?
Absolutely.
You show me the research. The
Dr.
random
Bose.
sample. That proves what?
Dr. Bose, there are children in the school district that report to new teachers every year. There's always a slight bit of anxiety when you go into a new teaching
What does the research show us
classroom.
about that, Mrs. Krieger?
What does your research show?
I just told you,
in regards to looping?
it shows that those kids score on average as a group better than the kids who don't loop.
And how is that beneficial then to the other children outside of the control group, Dr. Bose? And are you trying to tell this school district and the community outside that the ones outside of the control group are not going to accomplish the same?
Of course I didn't. You're implying that. I'm not suggesting that whatsoever.
Well, it seems to come forward with something like this without the justification and the proof that it has worked in other school districts before and has been applied in the same manner that we're doing it here, and that it shows academic benefits for the students. I philosophically disagree with the fact that this program began without even a discussion with the board. I don't think that's the right way to do things. We didn't do it with teaming, and essentially that's the same thing. I mean, really,
Nor did I ask you how to assign the sophomores to biology this year. Nor will I do it next year.
Dr. Bose, teaming became an issue because
Some
honors-
people chose to make it an issue, Mrs. Krieger.
No, let me tell you, Dr. Bose, honors students' parents were incensed that the honors program was dropped.
In the elementary school, first and second
No, at the
grade?
middle school, Dr. Bose. And that's when teaming became an issue. And that's the only reason it came forward. But essentially, it is about class assignment. And some of the other issues that you brought up with this looping. And I personally, you know, I think we put our children through enough with a lot of programs in the past in this district that have caused a lot of consternation because they didn't come before the board first. And also, Mr. Mosey, the New Hope Salisbury School District, I believe, is where Dr. Burke Stevenson went. And she used to be the principal at Quinton Square. So outside of New Hope Salisbury and here and some faraway place in Indiana, you know, I just don't think we have enough justification to continue this program.
I don't see the harm it's doing. What harm is there in moving a group of 6-year-olds to the second grade with their teacher for another year? It's as simple as that. If the relationship is a positive relationship, parents have the opportunity to suggest, I'd rather not, and their brothers are honored. There is no harm whatsoever accruing to children, and there are a lot of good things happening.
Harm? I don't see any harm in it, Dr. Bose.
If the board wants to get
But is
involved
there
in
any
assigning
harm?
children to teachers, the board's going to have to do that by motion and direct me to do it that way. I don't believe that's a healthy way to run a school district.
Well, Dr. Bose, sometimes I believe that the way that you present things to this board is not a healthy way for this board to conduct its business.
Mrs. Krieger, you know, when you all received advice that this topic was going to be on the agenda, your questions were welcome.
And I'm bringing them before you now, Dr. Bose.
And I ask you to bring them at your earliest opportunity. You choose to do it publicly, and I think we all know why.
Dr. Bose, I was elected by this community to conduct my business in public.
To assign kids to classes.
No, Dr. Bose, to approve programs that you bring forward to this district for implementation, just as you bring forward recommendations for curriculum and programs that they're going to study. I see them as one and the same. Perhaps it's simply a philosophical difference, Dr. Bose, but it's a disagreement nonetheless, as usual.
Okay,
No
Mr.
more questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Krieger. Mr. Allen?
Yes, thank you. I don't see what the big deal is here, to tell you the truth. And again, not having had research or any of that, just common sense says to me, what's the problem, what's the harm? Especially if a student or a parent can opt their student out of being with a teacher that maybe they had a tough time with that year. It doesn't affect anything, and I think all it does is benefit those kids who are with it. And the question that might arise is, why don't we do it all the time or more often? And maybe we will evolve into that, I don't know. But I would suggest you continue it. I don't think it's something that we have to vote on who goes into what class. And I would encourage you to continue it, and I thank you.
No
Mr. Schilling.
questions. I feel the same way, Mr. Allen. I don't have a problem with
Mr. Hill?
Only question I have, I guess, related to it is you indicated that there was an option that a student could, if they didn't want to do that, they could opt out. Do you have any idea, in the years we've done it, how many took that option? Was there many, or 1, 2?
I don't have the exact number, but in talking to the principals, for example, Bridle Path, I think we had 2 students over the past 2 years who parents decided they wanted to opt out. And I think that's about our average.
So that would indicate to me that the program seems to be acceptable to the parents of those parents that are directly involved in the program, and their children must be involved with it too. So I can see no problem with the program. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Shaw.
Dr. Hassler, you mentioned 7 schools out of our approximately 328 elementary classrooms.
I can't hear
How
you.
many- Okay, it's 7 schools in our, I believe it's 328 elementary classes that we're running this year. About right? How many classes are in the looping program within those 7 schools?
1 each.
7 classes out of 328 classes, and this is not a pilot program. Okay? I would say that we have, I thought that when the teaming hit and this new board was elected in the first year, there was a policy regarding pilot programs and educational research projects coming forward, but I didn't bring my policy book, but I do recall it was sort of tied to the documentary, and at that time we also addressed some of the educational pilot programs that would be driven by dissertations and the such. When the teachers, you say the teachers are told in the fall, I assume you mean the fall of the first year rotation they're assigned for looping? In other words, if a 4th grade class is going to a 5th grade class, do you decide that in the fall of that 5th grade class?
No, in
Okay.
spring.
Okay, so then that is correct with the timelines I experienced at Gwynedd Square. What I think you will find is you're placing children in opt-out positions. Children have a tendency to want to stay with what is and the status quo. When they learn at the fall of their last year that essentially the general direction is for that class and those that they've come to know are coming together, you are going to find that regardless of many other circumstances, they will choose the known factor over the unknown factor compared to the traditional way, particularly because if they are now going to be dispersed within the remaining classes, they know what their odds are of being with their friends, unlike the traditional position where you may be with 4 or 5 children from your last class and you may be with new children from another class. If their other classmates are all staying together, they have 0 chance of their friends. So either they opt out together as a group and then get dispersed if they're the friends, and that's their best chance to be together. Social reasons, social logic is very important to children, and I think you will find that comes into play as far as whether they stay together or not. And by the time parents are being confronted with this, those children are now already in that position. They're not there at the beginning of the first rotation to say, this is going to be an eventual class, looped class that's going to be going on the next year at a time when they could just decide not to have them ever entered into that position whatsoever. In other words, the very first year of the rotation, as opposed to the end of that school year rotation. When you find that a class such as a 4th or 5th grade class was 4 class, or a 3rd grade class, whatever, was say, required 4 class levels. And yet when they move up to the next grade, your numbers work to where you only need 3 class levels, 3 classes within that grade level. Now you have 2 teachers that need to be shifted, right? Because your looping teacher is secure, because she has, the whole object is to keep her with the students. When those teachers are being placed, what is the level of evaluation of their comfort level with a different grade level? You're flip-flopping them.
Generally, you ask for a volunteer, and generally there are volunteers that say, sure, I'll be glad to change grade assignments. Some teachers like to do it on a regular basis because they like the challenge of change. Some do it because they're friendly helpers, and they say, I'd be glad to help with that. I have found that that was never an issue with teachers. I never confronted an angry teachers association. I met regularly with the teachers on a monthly basis who were trying it in an effort to learn more about it and to assist them. And the teachers were the least of the problem.
Okay. In the one that my daughter was involved with is currently in the Gwynedd Square 5th to 6th looping. She's now at the 6th grade level. And it was, I guess, that spring when this was announced. What was surprising is that traditionally, and she loves her teacher, don't get me wrong, this is a fantastic relationship for her, and certainly no negative aspects to that. But 6th grade has strived to be maintained as a transition year. Many of the issues that you bring up are the social issues that, in my review of looping, from as much as I could find, which isn't a lot, it's generally geared for your primary grade levels.
I agree.
Okay, at the primary grade levels. When we moved 6th grade from the middle school, there was quite a bit of concern over what was going to happen to the standards and the implementation of the curriculum from the middle school concept to the elementary. And when that whole change came under discussion, there was an absolute commitment to this community that as much of the departmentalized discipline as well as the implementation of the curriculum and the goals of the grade level would remain the same. One of those #1 goals was to prepare students for transition. In looping, you've actually moved them down in that aspect of the goal of transitioning, because now they have become a club, they have moved together and stayed together within a group, and that then they're going to go off to 7th grade, where you're changing your student body with almost every discipline you take. So Dr. Hassler, I'm just wondering, at this upper grade level here, as well as maybe even your 4th to 5th, you're not into the same social goals as you are for your primary grades. What are we doing now to help buffer the culture shock that they may be more vulnerable to now?
Number one, I would say that since this is the first year for looping to take place in 4th to 5th and 5th to 6th, we're obviously going to take a good look at it at the end of the year and see how well it worked. And I would say that as we look at 6th grade, I think the important thing to know and keep in mind is that it's not necessarily to organize to provide a transition to 7th grade, is to organize for what's best for the kids at 6th grade. And that's something we are currently taking a look at. We have a number of different organizations at 6th grade. No class is totally self-contained. Every class, whether we call it self-contained or not, and that's a term that maybe we use here differently, moves at least for math class. So we do have the students at Gwynedd Square in 6th grade moving for math. They are experiencing, and I would say almost all cases, there could be one case where the student stays with the same teacher, but for the most part, students are moving for math, and that grade level has built in a number of interdisciplinary opportunities for students where teachers will work together to teach courses in conjunction with one another. That was one of the things that group looked at this year, knowing that the organization would be a little bit different, to make sure that we would do what's appropriate. I think we need to look at what students need in 6th grade, not only moving into 7th grade, but what's appropriate for them moving out of 5th grade. One of the studies we're undertaking this year, though, across the district, is to take a look at that whole organization in 6th grade. We have about 4 different ways that students are organized in 6th grade throughout the district. Some of that is just based on the numbers of students and numbers of teachers in a building. So it's really more important what happens in that building, more so than the organization of that class. But we will look at that more closely.
Okay, I think that is something that should be researched. I would say that I would not want to see these classes disrupted in the middle of the school year at this point in time. I think that if you're weighing positives and negatives of this situation, regardless, there's just too many negatives associated with disrupting or reorganizing any students.
The study would take place during the year. We're not intending to make any changes. If we do make any changes, it would be for next year, not this year.
No.
Definitely.
And I'd just like to say that when we talk about the fact that this really doesn't affect anything, When this class moved forward, there were 29 students in the looping class. The rest of the student body was then divided into 4 other classes, with the class of 29 basically staying as it was, and the other remaining classes holding approximately 21 students. Now, that same student body of 113 could have been divided up into 4 classes of 28 with 1 class of 29, which is what was existing when we began anyway. So with 4 classes, you could have essentially had the same level of classes over guidelines, which is the 1 looping class. However, parents did take matters into their hands when they saw the disparity. While they may not have opted out at the beginning, when they're sitting there seeing other classes with so many less students in them, they decided that maybe this isn't worth it, and that maybe the advantages of the smaller classroom outweighed their children staying together in the class. So some adjustments have occurred since then, after the first few days of school. But I don't believe that we could sit here and say that it has no impact on our flexibility in assigning our personnel and our class sizes, when in fact it clearly has to have an impact when you have your numbers actually being driven by the decision making of how many parents keep their children in, as opposed to the traditional format of working out the most equal level of class sizes.
All I can tell you is last year when we assigned the number of teachers per grade level, we basically looked at the total number of students at that grade level and used our numbers, our cutoff numbers, and divided that, and that's how we assigned teachers. Never once did we even talk about which classes were looping from one grade level to another. When we send those out to the buildings, if the building principals want to reassign teachers because they know that maybe this class is a little bit more difficult than another class, they would come back to us and ask us to reassign teachers. But initially, we do not look at where we have grouping or looping, moving from one grade level to the other.
Okay. Well, Dr. Hassel, you know my concerns, and I think considering that we have just 7 classes operating under this program, and they're spread out over the different grade levels, I believe that we need to have some reinforcement of the educational benefits. And I'd also like to hear what the educational negatives are. Educational, financial, a general assessment. Every educational program or theory out there has its pluses and it has its minuses. You've given us a report on what you've heard or the positive aspects of this. I'd like to know why it is something that's existed for so many years, but it certainly hasn't taken hold. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Weitz.
Well, I appreciate the information that clarifies the concept of looping. I too view it as a very common sense approach. I believe it is an administrative decision, and I have no intention in interfering with administrative decisions. So thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Clemens.
First, I apologize for being late. It was another meeting. Went a little long. I think there is some merit to revisiting this at the end of the school year. I don't know if it would be in June, July, or August, but just to, I think, bring some good points were brought out tonight. As Dr. Bose stated, I can't sit here today and really think up or come up with, of what harm it is doing. But yet, on the other hand, it would be, I think it's a good idea to have some information on us on what good it's bringing. So I think we ought to revisit it one more during the summer, or the new board ought to revisit it during the summer. And one thing I would be concerned about it in the future, though, is that if it would become more popular, I would see it as something more difficult to manage as the popularity would increase. And that's what I would be more concerned about, the future of managing it as the popularity of it increases.
Okay, thank you. you, Mr. Clemens. Let me see here. Dr. Hassler, the sixth graders that are currently at Gwinnett Square in this program, they are not precluded from their extracurriculars like band, chorus, show choir, yearbook, safeties?
No,
They have all that
the
too?
program would be the same.
Okay, and they still go out, aside from math, they still go out for library, phys ed, art, music,
Correct.
they're extras. So it's their core subjects other than math
Correct.
that they stay with the same teacher. Okay, Mrs. Krieger, I appreciate you bringing up teaming because I think it's a good point to remind the board members that that is something we successfully fixed. And we learned about teaming when honors was dropped. It was done during Dr. Elko's superintendency. That was not on Dr. Bose. But this board, the 9 sitting here, fixed that. And we didn't learn about it until the program studies, if you remember, was produced and it was missing. And those of us that did not have kids in the program didn't see it. And we fixed something based on parent dissatisfaction. And I guess I'm not willing at any point in time to make a change until we have established parent or consumer dissatisfaction. Mr. Clemens, I think you make a good point that if it becomes popular, how do you manage it? And that's something that, only time will tell. But I think at the end of the year, if this comes back for a progress report, a consumer report, how did the kids fare? How did the parents feel? Were they satisfied? Was it positive? But that's the sort of thing we want to hear. There's at least no proof tonight that this has driven any new costs that would disturb the budget. There are no complaints of parent dissatisfaction that we know of, and dissatisfied parents is made clear that they can opt out. I think it's something that's just looked at and monitored and let the teachers and administration do their job. The only other question, Dr. Hassler, if a student or parent or both became dissatisfied at the mid-year or the third quarter or the first marking period, can they get out in the middle of the year?
We haven't had that experience, but I think the only fair thing to do is sit with the parent and talk to them, and if it's really interfering with student learning and there's a difficulty, sure, just as we would do with any other parent request.
Okay. Because I know you have that during the year. Even for kids that are not grouped, after the first period, there could be a problem. And I would hope that it's managed or handled the same way, consistently. I guess it's the consistency that's important. Okay. Is that it, folks? Test results is a different topic. It would be unfair to have the audience wait for the test results. If anybody wants to ask, come forward and ask any questions on looping or grouping at this time, if that's what you've been waiting for. Please feel free to come forward, your name and address, and your comments or questions are invited. Yes, sir.
We didn't do grouping yet. We were only on
What's
grouping.
grouping?
I'm sorry.
That's why I wondered you
sorry.
wouldn't.
Is that something else?
Sorry.
I want to offer an anecdotal but factual piece of data which seems to be missing in this, as you call it, looping. I'm glad you mentioned New Hope Solbury High School. I'm one of the alumni, and I did go through 2 different sessions of what you're calling looping there, and my education is still not complete.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, can I ask you to identify yourself, please, for the record? I know what we need to hear from you. I could vouch for it, though. That's all right. Mr. Taylor. Anybody else, please? Ladies, gentlemen? Okay, Dr. Bose.
Grouping. Not to be mixed up with looping.
Thank you. My apologies.
Dr. Hassler will also talk to us about grouping practices in the school district. I think, as I recall, it first came of interest to the board in hearing comments about a very large math group at Montgomery Elementary School. And perhaps in his comments, Dr. Hassler will allude to that. But his general approach is to give you a brief orientation on grouping practices in our school district.
Thank you. I think it also grew out of the concern of the reorganization of 6th grade at Gwinnett Square and quote, the self-contained, and were we grouping or not grouping. So I did some research, and Mr. David Decker is with us, our math supervisor, and thanks to him I can report to you what's been our practice for the last 5 years. It's been a topic of discussion reaching back 5 years. It was researched and reviewed over that period of time. A math committee took a look at the research on it. The elementary principals convened and talked about various grouping practices in mathematics. There was what was called an instructional practices study group, and then there was an independent review of the research also by the supervisor. At some point in our school system, in each of our systems, in each of our buildings, students are reorganized for mathematics instruction in grouping, which provides instruction corresponding to the student needs. Placement test results, the previous year's performance, achievement test results, and teachers' recommendations are used to form this various grouping. It is done in a flexible way, meaning that a student may be assigned to a group at the beginning of the year, but based on performance and teacher recommendation could be moved from one group to the other. In all cases, parents are notified of any changes that would take place in their child's mathematics groups. And just to give you an outline of what our math program and grouping practices look like, in K-1, in all our schools, students are taught in their regular classroom with instruction taking place by the classroom teacher, making those decisions that are necessary based on the students in their classroom. In second grade, school teams and the principal have determined if math instruction will continue to be provided by the regular teacher of all the students, or if some students will move to other classrooms for their math instruction. And again, this would be based on the makeup of that second grade class in that building. As a third grade, students are organized into mathematics classes based on performance. So throughout our school district, beginning in third grade, we begin the grouping process. Students reorganize for mathematics classes. The mathematics teacher may or may not end up being that student's regular teacher. These groups are determined by the school plan with having some degree of stratification, meaning having some degree of grouping based on ability. Some schools, for example, have selected the highest performers to be part of one instructional group, normally what we call our challenge group, with the remaining classes maybe having a range of abilities. But we would have a challenge group, and then we may have the rest of the students mixed according to ability. Or we may have 3 math groups at a grade level. We may have a challenge, we may have an average, we may have what's called a basic. But again, it's based on the makeup of the students in that class for that year, and it could change from year to year. So one year we could have 2 math groups. We have a minimum of 2 math groups always. Or we could have 3, depending again on the makeup of the class, the progress of the class, their progress from the previous year. The instructional format in grade 6 begins to mark a transition between elementary and middle level instruction, and the instructional grouping format remains essentially the same as in grades 3 through 5. However, in some schools, a single teacher provides the instruction in mathematics for all students. Again, this would be based on the size of the school, the number of 6 grades in that school, etc. But in summary, in asking each of the schools to provide me an outline of their grouping practices beginning in third grade, we have a challenge and at least another group of students. We may have 2 challenge classes, we may have 3 mixed abilities. We may have 1 challenge, we may have 4. But we do have a setup where we have at least 2 groups, if not 3, and sometimes even 4 groups of math students. But again, the final decision is left up to the building principal in conjunction with the teachers, working with our math supervisor. One of the things that I'll talk about a little bit later as we look at our test results and our plans for future years would to be revisit that more often and take a look at our test results in relation to our grouping practices from building to building to make sure that students are achieving at a level that we want them to achieve. That's a brief summary of our math grouping throughout the elementary level.
Dr. Decker, is there anything you wish to add?
No, actually, I appreciate Dr. Hester providing the report, and it describes our program with accuracy. If only comment that this is a practice, the practices in place now have been in place for the last 4 years. We're just continuing with that as we have.
Board questions to the right, Mr. Clemens.
I just have a comment. I mean, my kids, some have been through it, some are in it, and I think we have a system in place that works. I guess, and I just want to, I'll ask the question, or ask Bob to reiterate, really what brought this up, I think, was probably the number of students that were in a math group at Montgomery.
Math, yeah.
I mean, that was the real issue, and I just would ask, are there still 40 kids, or I think I saw 42, 43, and I read that in the paper. I don't know if that was valid or not, but isn't that was really what is driving this?
That was one of the cases. It was also the reorganization of 6th grade at Gwinnett Square and a concern about having a challenge group. We corrected that to some extent. One of the problems, however, when you do provide various groupings of students is that you place those students based on their ability. We do have a class, last that I heard, of about 33 students in one of the classes at Montgomery, but that is because of the ability of those students and trying to balance the rest. But it's far better than the 40-some that we had before. But that is a difficulty that you run into when you have a limited number of teachers, 3, 4 or so.
Could you just clarify for me then, if there is a class of 33, then how do the others balance that? What are the numbers in the other 3 or 4 sections? Are they as low as 20?
There's only 3 other classes.
3? Are they all up in the 30s or something?
No.
Down in the low 20s, probably.
Absolutely.
Right.
But again, it's you know, do we tell a parent that your child is able to be in this class, but to balance the class we're going to move you to either a lower or a high ability class? I don't think that's fair. I think we need to work as best we can with the teacher and providing any support. But that is a difficulty you get into when you start to group students by ability and have a limited number of teachers in a building.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Is there an aide in that classroom, Dr. Hassler?
No.
Math support programs provides an additional person, but not for the highest ability classroom. It would be for the students most in need.
That struggle. Okay. Mr. Weitz?
No questions.
Mrs. Sharp?
Dr. Hassler, when I saw grouping, I thought this was dealing with the whole issue of departmentalized implementation versus the self-contained classroom implementation that's going on. Some schools are still following the 6th grade format where they are breaking out not just for math, science, social studies, and etc. I sat at back to school night for the 6th grade parents at Gwinnett Square. I can tell you there were, I'd say at least 8 parents. They had to call an end to the session, and not one of those parents were specific to math. They wanted to know why the full format of the delivery of the 6th grade curriculum had been altered, and again, we're down to the full issue that other schools, in striving for that goal of maintaining 6th grade as closely to its level as it was at the middle school, are going departmentalized. Now we have teachers that came from the middle schools that were essentially single discipline teachers, shifted this year into becoming the traditional elementary classroom teacher, delivering basically all the curriculum other than your math or your specials. So when we had this on, I thought we would be at least addressing why again some schools are changing the implementation significantly, as opposed to other elementary schools, and dealing with those, bringing some explanation to parents. Why is it that it's great for Gwinnett Square, but Montgomery's better off this way with its departmentalized delivery?
I can tell you, I don't know how this started or how we were organized, but currently we only have 2 buildings that are really departmentalized. Montgomery and Nash are departmentalized.
When did this start? Because last year Gwinnett Square was departmentalized.
Well, and Gwinnett Square moved from maybe a departmentalized setup. I will say again that we do move students for math, and since we do have a number of different organizations at 6th grade, that's why we're taking a look at what is appropriate for 6th grade. Again, I'm not sure that moving from a middle school because the sixth grade was in a middle school, that departmentalized was appropriate. It may have matched what happened in the rest of the middle school. We need to look at what's appropriate for a sixth grade student. I don't believe totally self-contained classes are appropriate. I'm saying this for a sixth grade student, but I don't believe either, and if you look at the research, that total departmentalization is appropriate for a sixth grade student. I think we need to look at what is the right transition, and that's what we plan to do this year. And I will also say that any teacher that was a sixth grade teacher, whether they were in a middle school or an elementary school, is a certified elementary teacher that can teach all subjects. They may not have taught them. I taught science for 3 years when I began teaching, and after those 3 years, I taught all the subjects. Yes, it took some extra preparation, but I am qualified, I am prepared to do that. Again, I think we need to, obviously we have some different organizations. We need to look at that and decide which is the best, and then implement that to our best ability where we can. We can't do that at a York. It's always going to be a little bit different at York if we have 1 or 2 sixth grade classes. But we need to try to systematize it a little bit more.
Okay, I'd just like to say, when you have a teacher that's taught math and just math for 10 years, I would hope that there was some staff development offered to going to the self-contained format. Now you're responsible for organizing a plan for your full day by discipline, and it's a completely different environment. So I want to ask that question. Was there an organized staff development program given to those teachers that were making this transition for the first time in many years?
Well, I will back up first of all and say that the decisions aren't made at ESC how we're going to organize sixth grade or any grade level. We really try to listen to the staff, and that's one thing we've heard more and more from staff and building administrators, that we need to take a look at our sixth grade. As far as before we finalized the sixth grade setup at Gwinnett Square, I met with the team of sixth grade teachers. Mary Kay Feely met with them a number of times to talk about their issues, their concerns. They were all offered any kind of staff development that needed to be made, or provided by either Mr. Decker or our reading supervisor, etc. So yes, we did, and I think it's important to know that a lot of this is also driven by the staff and building administrators together and looking what's most appropriate for students.
Well, Mary Kay just went there this September, so you're saying we offered the staff development after they've begun the school year, or once they've begun?
Assistance, but I need to clarify again, I don't think a whole retraining of a teacher is necessary, but any assistance would be offered, and any kind of collegial opportunities were provided for teachers to work together and share experiences.
Was the fact that you were bringing a fifth grade teacher up to sixth play any role whatsoever in the decision to change the delivery of the program?
I can't say totally yes, totally no. That was a class that was looped. They were definitely going to stay together. However, the rest of the teachers could have opted to, in a sense, I'll call it, I hate to use this word, but I'll use it, departmentalized. They could have opted to go to more of switching of classes. We have some buildings where we have 2 teachers teaming in sixth grade and switching classes, etc. So there's a lot of different options. Again, I really think we need to take some time out and look at it and see if we can, what is the best option or options.
Okay, I'll just wrap up and say that I do have to correct one thing, in that this has not affected staffing. In a sense, it did, because we began with 5 classes with 1 class at 29. We could have very well divided those numbers into 4 classes with 1 class of 29 and maintained an art room at Gwinnett Square Elementary, which we do not have. I'm sorry, the music room. We saved the art room because you didn't divide up the 4th grade class. But that impact was there. And the only thing I can say is I fully believe that we have to allow our teaching staff the flexibility in adding their own personal style, and certainly you're not going to go into one first grade class and see the exact same delivery down to a rote fashion as the next first grade class. But quite frankly, Dr. Hassler, I advocated very hard for an assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction for this district, seeking continuity, seeking to eliminate the past grievances of this community that we had we had different elementary schools doing different things, and parents couldn't make sense out of it because there wasn't anything within the demographics of the school that made them any different. And it was there were pilots here and there and everywhere, and as you've had to study, certainly you have to attest to a degree, you had to go around from building to building to find out exactly what was happening there, and now come before us and give some sort of explanation as to why it's happening. So I would look to see that as you move forward with this school year and you're organizing all the different programs that are out there, to see if we can come forward with one answer that has justification behind it as to what's best for the North Penn School District and its elementary curriculum. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hill.
Yeah, I find that grouping seems to have worked and has been working in the schools. But I guess what I'm most encouraged to hear is Dr. Hassler talking is that as he's learning what is going on in the different schools regarding grouping, that you're using the sixth grader, take the sixth grade for instance, using their input, those teachers' inputs, staff and the principal, and and doing what is right for that school and that particular environment to achieve the same results across the district. And I think that's what's encouraging to me. That's all I have.
Mr. Schilling.
No question.
Mr. Allen.
Nothing.
Mrs. Craven.
The only concern I have, regardless, is that in regard to any elementary classroom, how they're grouped, is the class size. It's highly unacceptable to have a class at 33 with no aid, be they a challenged math group or not. At this time, Dr. Bose, I'd like to know, have you assigned all the classroom aides that the board hired?
No, I haven't.
It would be my recommendation to the board to consider to assign one person for the purpose of assisting in not just this class of 33, but in any other class that's this far out of range in the class guidelines. The subject of math is a serious one. This is a time when the sixth grade is learning new concepts that they've never even had to consider before. And I know this because I was a sixth grader. I was considering moving her to the challenge group based on parental preference. And when I found out the number of children in the class, I absolutely changed my mind. So in essence, my child's missing out in a challenge level math course this year because of the size of the classroom. It would be something that I would have considered more readily had an aide been assigned. Are we restricted in any way by mandate, Dr. Bose, to assign an aide to a challenge group because of class size?
No.
Okay. Well,
But I think it'd be interesting, Mr. Decker, would you tell us how many minutes a day the students in the sixth grade spend in math?
This is one math period we're
Yes.
talking about. It's approximately a 55-minute period.
okay.
I don't believe it would be a wise steward, we would be wise stewards of the public's money to hire an aide for 55 minutes.
We've already hired him, and you haven't assigned him, right?
They're hired and assigned.
Pardon?
You don't have, you got the approval for 10. You haven't
Yeah,
signed all.
we've not assigned all 10.
Right.
And if you're suggesting a full-time aide for a 55-minute period a day
Well, didn't-
of the brightest kids in the school in math in that grade, I'm not sure that's a wise use of our resources.
Mr. Decker, do we have math aides at Montgomery?
Yes, we do.
And are they assigned now for the entire day and occupied for the entire day? Or are they itinerant math aides that may service more than one school?
They all serve more than one school, so they would travel from school to school. The reference is being made to the person in the math support program. You may recall that we have this program where math support assistants provide instructional support in the classes in which students most in need of that support. they are assigned on an hourly basis. So classes at Montgomery, for example, in grades 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, have someone come in during the time that class is taught. So there is someone within the math support program that appears at Montgomery during the time that 6th grade math is taught. However, their work during that, their function during that time, is with the opposite end of the spectrum.
Okay, but they're not all in math at the same time, because there's only one teacher that's teaching math. So they're rotating into this teacher.
In Montgomery's circumstance, there are 3 different times then?
4.
Okay. So they would appear during the one time when they're most in need of
Is there any way to coordinate or maybe switch the times that the high end and the need end meet so that they're back to back, so that this particular math person could be there instead of just 55 minutes?
It's possible to review their schedule and consider that.
Mr. Mosey.
Thank you. Just some clarification when I made Dr. Hassler or perhaps Mr. Decker. K through 1, the regular classroom teacher handles the instruction. 2nd grade, the principal and teams determine if the program continues or you go into grouping.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And then 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th we do have grouping.
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned that we have at least 2 groups, possibly as many as 3 or 4, with the first group being the challenge group. Would that be the honors students?
The equivalent of that, yes.
Okay, and then just a little clarification, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th groups, would it go down in progression of ability then, of course, right, and difficulty of material?
Well, this is where educational philosophy hits elementary schools. Whether it's appropriate to have that degree of stratification or whether some combination of those students is beneficial is really a point of discussion, and we're making decisions in various schools to deal with that. So in some cases, there are 3 distinct groups. In other cases, the lines are a little bit more fuzzy.
So this is not something which is consistent. Every school throughout the district, each school is given the opportunity or the flexibility of determining how they set their groups up.
We establish parameters that each school needs to satisfy within the district. That is, K1, it's exactly the same. At 2 is where the break can be made. As of 3, everybody has to group in some manner. And as the grade levels progress, it's more likely for there to be more distinction. Where a school designs its program, it's within those parameters. So yes, we have a district stamp of what we consider to be the basic structure, and schools operate within that and have some latitude. That's what I'm saying. The flexibility does exist with each school, so we could have as many as 13, really, some variations going on. They're not identical. They're not identical, and I would always bring up a school like York Avenue as the test here. How different can York Avenue be? The most they can ever have is 2. Right. So if we're looking to unify the process, we have to consider that. No, I don't have a problem. I agree with that. I think that we should tailor according to, because we all know that certain students do progress at different rates. And there are cases when we would have 2 challenge groups because we have that number of students, for example. Right. Mrs. Krieger points out a case where she feels that her daughter would have benefited, am I correct, is it your daughter? Would have benefited from being assigned to that group, but we have, when you make cuts, you make cuts. It's unfortunate, but sometimes you're on one side or the other. You mentioned something, Dr. Hassler, about Nash and Montgomery, 2 buildings having, there are like 2 buildings that have, I lost the term. I'm sorry.
Well, we got into a discussion away from grouping and started to talk about the organization of 6th grade.
Right.
And being departmentalized or non-departmentalized. As of now, they're the only 2 buildings that are totally departmentalized.
Now, by that, do you mean that we have grouping at all, educate on all subjects?
No, not necessarily. What it means is in math, we have the grouping we're talking about. It's just that students will have one teacher for science, another teacher for math, another teacher for social studies, etc. Oh, okay. But our distinct grouping there takes place in mathematics and, of course, in a flexible way in reading.
Okay. Do we move kids during the course of the year? I mean, as they do improve or they achieve, and you know, some all of a sudden get a hold of it and they really start to move, or do we
kind of just leave them in that group.
Yeah, one of the phrases that we hear associated with this is the word tracking.
Right.
We don't
Well, see, that's what I'm familiar with,
because
because my kids went through tracking.
That's right. Once you get in a system, once you get in an assigned level as of some grade that you're there for perpetuity, that's not what we hope would be the case. If a student shows different kind of performance, then he or she would be assigned a program.
Well, my kids, when they went through tracking, it wasn't that rigid. They did move during the course of the year because there were assessments, there was testing, and they also did at the end of the year and the beginning of the year to determine where to place them.
That's exactly what we do. We don't like to use that word, nor do we think that phrase appropriately describes what we do.
I know, okay. Are we looking at expanding this grouping into other subject areas? I guess, Dr. Hasser, that would be your question. Or is
I would say there's
just that we haven't reviewed it enough and 5 years isn't a long enough period of time, or do you want to wait until you can review it more to make that determination?
Currently, we're not looking at some of the other subject areas. I think when you look at the research again, you will see that mathematics is the definite area where students do better when you do more ability grouping.
I'm just thinking in terms of English and writing.
Well, what we have there is what we, again, call flexible grouping, where students will move from one group into another group, and we will provide for the students who are high achievers and average and slow ability.
So we are doing it then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I specifically only reported on mathematics today.
Okay, I'm sorry. And just final question. You did mention, I was glad to hear the fact that you're going to review it more often. Yearly basis, semi-annually, or?
Well,
5 years just seems like an awful long time.
Yeah, it'll become part of what I'll talk a little bit about at the end of the assessment presentation tonight, and that's our district becoming more results-driven and looking at test scores in conjunction with our instructional practices.
At this point in time, you have no idea how long, what the time frame will be in reviewing this?
Starting this year.
It'll be yearly basis?
Yes.
Okay, that's what thank you. That's all I have, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Madden. Dr. Decker, 25 years ago, I was grouped at York Avenue. Worked for me. I don't hate math today because of it, but...
We'll take testimonials.
Take testimonies, right. Well, I just, grouping is just trying to tailor fit a kid to a learning style, and I have kids that can handle the challenge, and they love it, and I have kids that are unfortunate. And they don't hate math, and they're not spooked by it because the level they're in fits. And so I see it as something that worked before and still works today. Separate from the grouping, the sixth grade organization that was brought up earlier by Mrs. Sharp, I guess the only fear I have is sometimes the difference in organization schedules through each school gives the perception from school to school to school that some schools are on the cutting edge and some are not. It's a perception in the community. There seems to be schools that are always trying something new, doing something different, and there's schools that don't seem to change at all. And any effort, I think, that the board and the administration can make to dispel perceptions that are not fair or untrue, we should attempt to do. If there is a best way to organize sixth grade, and that best way rises to the top, then it's certainly something we should look at for all schools. Creativity is great, but some schools aren't getting any creativity, and some are changing all the time. So I know every time we talk with teachers, or we talk money, we talk budgets, we talk anything, especially the time we were doing the long-range plan, the strategic plan for the state. It came up 100 times. Parity. Parity with buildings, parity in programming, parity in assets, et cetera, et cetera. So if there's any disparity because of sixth grade organization patterns, that's worth researching. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, grouping. Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Jerry Vigiletti, Hatfield Township. Can you tell me again how many years we've been doing this program?
Last 4 years?
We're talking about the math area specifically?
Let's talk about the math area specifically.
In this manner, that's
4 years. I guess it's a couple of things here. I wonder, The people at the bottom end of these scales, are they getting extra help to try and bring them up, or are they just being helped in their special way?
One of the logical premises in doing this is that special provisions are made for students that fall in that circumstance. So you heard a reference to the math support program. We have approximately 19 people on staff here in the school district that intervene with the math program. This is our way of supporting those students that are in need of help in the school district. So this has been a venture that's been supported over the years by the school board, and our programs continued. We think it's a successful one, and those people are employed specifically because of that. So that's one aspect of it. In addition, we expect them to achieve with the same curriculum that we provide for all the other students. So we don't wash out, for example, the expectation for those students. We expect them to achieve in the same curriculum and provide all the support that we can to do that. That's the theoretical answer to your question.
Okay, now, I would guess that it's too short a time to tell yet, but are we seeing an improvement from these kids who are at the bottom end of the spectrum over the several years' time?
This manifestation of the program hasn't been in place for the last 4 years, though we've had some form of it for the last 15 years. So it's not as if this is such a dramatic change that it would cause for probably any indicators changing other than us looking at how individual students are doing and then making decisions to support them.
Okay.
So that would be difficult. That would be difficult to determine. As well, there are so many factors that influence performance.
Right.
Grouping, it is hard to determine
that would be the
influence
only
of any one factor.
Right. Okay. Can you tell me for the other areas, English and et cetera, are we doing similar things? I mean, are we?
Well, in the area of English, spelling, and reading, we are now teaching it in an integrated fashion. So it's all being taught together. So we don't have a separate English class per se. It's integrated in with the reading. And as I said before, we're looking at what we call somewhat the same in mathematics, but a flexible grouping, where at times a story may be introduced to everyone or a concept, but then when skills are taught, students can be broken into different groups based on their needs, etc. It's a little bit more flexible than even the math, but it's a step above having what you would call heterogeneous grouping all the time and a mixture of students.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anybody else, please? Anybody? Okay. Dr. Bose, test results.
Test results, we may look at these more pragmatically as results are the products of measuring learning, both on the part of individuals and in groups. And we measure both in North Penn, as does the state of Pennsylvania. And both the state and the North Penn School District report individual as well as group results. Dr. Hassler will report on the 1997 results. We've seen the 1996 results get a lot of attention, particularly through the article done in the recent Sunday edition of the Philadelphia Inquirer. I forget the title of that special edition, whether it was Your School's Report Card or a report card on the school, something to that effect. But those results were the 96 results. I had wished that newspaper had waited until the 97 results were released and given the public more current information. By amazing coincidence, that was a Sunday edition, as I remember, and Monday, this school district received the 1997 results. Monday, one day after that newspaper reported on one-year-old results. So Dr. Hassler will talk about the 1997 results and share them with the board and with our community. And then a team of staff, including Dr. Hassler, Dr. Robertson, and Mr. Decker, will talk about the nature of the test, and we'll be talking about the PSSA. That's the state's mandatory test. Mandatory in the sense that it's the only one the state gives. though obviously there are opportunities for some students to avoid the test. We'll also talk about the results from that test. We'll talk about the possible interventions that we might consider as we interpret and use the results for planning purposes. Dr. Hess.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. The purpose of this presentation tonight is to provide information to the public. And by the way, everyone should have this in the packet that you received that has the board agenda in. As Dr. Bose said, we just received the results recently, and they've just been distributed to all the buildings. And we're just beginning to meet with administrators and administrators with their staff to analyze the results and eventually develop goals based on these results. Each board member does have at their seat a blank sheet in case you come up with some questions that you would like information on as we further analyze this. This is not to eliminate any questions tonight, but we haven't gotten into the analyzation of the scores. We will be meeting with state officials on Thursday to further help us interpret the scores. So if there's information that you would like, and as we begin to analyze, rather than us analyze it and come back and you have more questions, it would be nice to know up front if there's something you specifically want to know, percent of students who didn't take the test, etc. Something like that. We're going to provide background on the test, just a brief background. I think it's important. We need to know what the test measures, since we are being measured and publicly measured by this. What is tested, how this test differs from a standardized test, what it means for our curriculum, and what it means for our plans. We'll review the reports that are received by parents, which are a bit different than our overall district results. And we'll also talk about the actual scores, the scaled scores of each of our levels, and also the quartile percents, which is actually what showed up in the Philadelphia Inquirer to give more of a comparison to what you read in the Inquirer. And as Dr. Bose said, the interventions that we took since the last testing and our plans for refining those interventions for this coming year. Just as a little bit of background, that in your packet you have the results from the March 1997 testing. What we would hope is that we get these results a little bit earlier, since they are given a number of months ago. It's almost 6-7 months since we've given the test until we get the results. Certainly would be more helpful if we got them in a more timely fashion. But basically, these are tests to determine the achievement levels of students throughout Pennsylvania in basic skills of reading, writing, and mathematics. There are also plans to add science, social studies, and the fine arts as we move into future years. And really, the importance of these results is to provide information to school districts so that we can basically improve student learning by looking at our curriculum, looking at our instruction. Currently, as I said, the area of communications is measured, and that's in the area of reading in grades 5, 8, and 11, and in writing in grades 6 and 9. Mathematics is evaluated in also grades 5, 8, and 11. As part of each test, in reading and math, students are asked to respond to various types of questions, and Dr. Robinson will talk about those in a minute, but there's multiple choice, there's open-ended questions, there's questions that require writing. If you take a look at page 2, we basically put in here a comparison of the state assessment on the left to a traditional standardized test. And basically what you'll see in summary, for example in math, is that it tests the same basic skills. I think the difference that you'll see in this state assessment, though, is under the part called emphasis on. The emphasis, for example, in mathematics is more on understanding, the application of basic skills, problem solving, and transfer of knowledge. Can they take the knowledge they've learned, even in the area of language arts, and transfer it to mathematics? Whereas a standardized test tests more of, I won't say the basic skills. The basic skills are tested in both tests. But the standardized test is more of a multiple choice, computation, sequence, and patterns. The state assessment requires students to apply more of their knowledge. Therefore, we need to look at our curriculum and make sure that our curriculum is not only teaching the basic skills, but also providing opportunities for students to transfer the knowledge they learn and apply it in real-life problem-solving opportunities or problems. Dr. Robinson will talk a little bit more about the specifics of the tests.
Thank you, Dr. Haskell. Probably one of the things that we need to examine carefully in terms of PSSA is that it goes beyond the traditional standardized tests, which typically ask students for recall. Most of the multiple test questions ask for facts that students have learned. One of the things that the state did was to take a look at the multiple choice questions that were on the PSSA test and add to that elements of problem solving, and so that students had to actually think before they looked at an answer and selected that answer. So they wanted to make sure that problem solving was included and also thinking skills were included. You don't have a copy of the a multiple choice test question, but to give you an example of one, at the 5th grade level, it takes 2 ounces of plastic to make a toy car. What is the greatest number of toy cars which can be made from 1 pound, 3 ounces of plastic? So students actually have to think about that process. They actually have to do some computation. And it's not simply knowing your basic facts. You have to be able to make application. If you look on page 3 of the packet that you have, you'll see a sample question from grade 11. And this is the second part of the assessment, which is the open-ended. I'm not going to read that sample for you because you can do that yourself, and I'm certainly not going to try to solve it. But you can take that home and see. The answer's here, I know, but just take it home and cover the answer. You can see yourself that when you look at this type of activity for students, we are not asking students to merely calculate. We are asking, or compute. We are asking students to actually think through, and the test requires students to record their responses. And if you turn to page 4, you will see something that is a hierarchy, with 4 being the highest number, going down to, if you flip the page, I'm sorry, we only took you down to 2, which was partial understanding. But the students' work is now reviewed by test readers who measure it with a rubric. And the rubric is like a scoring guide. So there are basic or model answers that the state scorers are looking for, and they are compared to this rubric that you see, the partial rubric that you see. For example, a 4 is satisfactory understanding. A 3 is almost satisfactory understanding, and there are certain descriptors that are there. So students are not only asked to record how they think it should be solved, but the thinking process has to be displayed on their answer sheet. If you flip to page 5, you'll see a sample of a performance task from grade 5 in the area of reading. And again, students are not asked to do multiple choice questions only. They are asked to think through, problem solve, and apply. And again, if you read this one to yourself, notice on page 6 that there is the reading assessment rubric. So again, students have a scoring guide, the readers, and I should tell you that the papers are read by 3 people. So teachers across the state have been trained to read these papers. We have some teachers in our own district who have been to Harrisburg to learn how to score these papers. And we are beginning as a district to share rubrics with students so that when students do the reading and writing activities as well as the math activities in their classrooms, they are shown what it is that we are expecting. So these are expectations that we are holding for our students and that the state is holding for our students. And I think you'll agree, looking at these examples that we've provided for you, this is a very different experience for children, for students. Dave?
Next, we're going to talk about the results that come to the district. Dr. Bose mentioned that the results appeared shortly after this article made the paper the other week. We'll start by sharing with you what parents receive. And if you look on page 7 in the handout, you'll see 3 copies of the kind of information that's shared with parents. Perhaps, unfortunately, it doesn't contain that much information. when a student takes the reading and math tests, what is reported is this statistic called a scaled score. Scaled score is simply a score that ranges students' performance from a low of, I believe they have 360 here, to a high of, in the math case, 2,300. So they devise a scale and place students appropriately depending on the number of positive responses that they had on that scale. The scaled score will be reported later when we talk about district results, but the scaled score out of that context doesn't give you too much information. So the other bit of information they do provide is this other statistic called a percentile score. You may recall that a percentile score then gives you a comparison of the students across the state. In the first case of the students whose score is reported as 1583 of a scaled score, the corresponding reading percentile is 91, which means of every 100 students in the state, this student would have scored better than 91 students across the state. So that would be a very high score. That doesn't mean that every student in our school district has scores like that, of course. However, that's how they were reported. And that's the extent of it. This is, again, perhaps unfortunately not that much information. You're not really told what your students are good at or not good at. You simply see this comparison of other students across the state. But that's what they provide. So there are 3 examples here. Now, we also receive reports based on the school performance compared to the students across the state that receive these results. And then you look on page 8. You'll see in the lower portion of that page what things look like, what the 2 reports are for North Penn High School for the last 2 years. Now, this is incorporated in a report that has much more comprehensive data to it. This is a bit of a summary report, so other information is provided within the booklet that's generated for each school. The important component of this is if you would look at, first of all, the 96 results, there exists the school total, now just look at the math one, the school scaled score, and that's a comparable number to what you looked at for individual students, but that's an average, a mean value. In that case, it was 1270. The district, in that case, no coincidence, 1270 since there's one school. And then the state mean score was 1,300 during that year. Comparable scores were generated in the reading area. Notice the graphic below represents our relative standing compared to schools. Now, this is another component of this report, is that based on socioeconomic scale, the state puts together a list of 40 schools, 20 above and 20 below, and then finds the range of those scores and creates these boxes that represent the quartile reports of those scores. So when we're comparing schools, we're, in theory, at least comparing to comparable schools based on a socioeconomic scale. In the 96 report, in the 96 case, it's clear that our scores were below the comparable school range. These are those statistics that, again, as Dr. Bose mentioned, were reported in the inquiry. Many things have occurred at the high school and other places since that time, and the 1997 results are quite different, you can notice below. As though the data is reported in the same manner. We have the school scaled score, now of 1,400 in the math area. The district would be, of course, the same because there's one high school. The state average hasn't changed, it's 1,300. So now we're reporting considerable improvement in that score at the high school level, especially in the math area, but in both areas, I guess I'd say the reading has really increased more dramatically, but in some, the math and the reading are both within their comparable school range. We did one other bit of analysis provided by the information given by the state. The 1,400 scaled score puts North Penn within the top 10% of all the high schools across the state. So that's more like what we expect there to be the results at our high school, and are happy to report that and expect to see repeated results like that as things continue. If you would turn the page, you will see the statistics for the other levels in our school district. So this is a comprehensive report that has the math at each one of the 3 levels, reading at each one of the 3 levels, and on the following page, writing at the 2 levels given, and that's grades 6 and 9. The numbers that you see there are these scaled scores. The maximum that any school, and I understand the maximum that any school has on any of these is 1,600. The minimum that any school has across the state is 1,000. It's very rare territory to have any score above 1,400. As I mentioned, that puts us in the top 10% across the state. So the instances of any school having an average of 1,600 are just remote. There's very, very few. However, we're happy to report the differences here, and that's some of why we're anxious to share this information with you. Again, we believe that this more reflects some of what really goes on in our schools, but you can see in every one of the cases an improvement from the previous year. We're looking at our reading, our math scores in that case, 99, 19, 96, 97. Reading and writing, they're there for your review. I think we given some description of what those results entail. The final page of the report is page 11. And on that page, you'll see a little bit different statistical reporting, but it's the same data. The state reports the information this way. They put students into quadrants or quartiles. If you're an average performing school, right flat at the state average, your students would be distributed in these quartiles by 25, 25, 25, 25. That's if you're right at the state average. There's probably no school that's exactly there, but if you're right at the state average, it would look like that. So what would we expect of our schools? Well, that is that there would be more students in the top two quartiles. So when you're reviewing this data, if you would look at the top quartile, we're looking for numbers exceeding 25. Numbers like 38, 35, 44 are heartening. Again, the top two quartiles exceeding 50% is the kind of statistic we would hope would be reported. Again, we would hope would be our performance, not only reported, of course. So this distribution is the same data presented in a different way, and is also the way the information is released to the public. One bit of information about this is that the state provides this to the press and at some time releases it. We have not been made aware of when that date will be. The next two components of the report are what actions took place in our schools and what our plans are for the future. And Dr. Robertson is going to talk about some of the interventions that took place during the year last year.
Okay, Dr. Robinson, if we could hold right there before you start. The cameramen need to take a break. They need to switch the tape, and we've got a young cameraman over there with a bad foot. Maybe when we come back, he'll tell us what he did to it. Okay, 5-minute recess.
You don't drink coffee?
Okay. Prior to recess, we had Dr. on deck. He was speaking, and then turned the floor over to Dr. Robinson. So if she could pick up, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mrs. Mangle. As referenced on page 8, when you look at the high school scores that were reported, and Mr. Decker alluded to the fact that there was significant improvement from 1996 to 1997. You might ask, how did that happen? If you look on page 12, you can see some of the interventions that were put into place following the 1996 scores, which I should tell you we too were very disappointed with. Certainly, staff development played a major role, not only in helping teachers understand the significance of the test and the purpose of the test in a better manner, but also giving teachers staff development, actually taking them through some of the limited samples we had from the test. You need to understand that this is a very secure test. So we do not have much access to the to the specific questions that are going to be asked. It's unlike a standardized test like SAT, where you can keep that test booklet and have it on hand as a reference from year to year. This is a test that the state requires us to return and account for every test booklet, and and that test changes from year to year. So we don't have the opportunity to keep that test booklet and look at it and examine it and be able to work, actually teach to it. All we can do is look at the samples to find ways to prepare our students. But one of the things in staff development was giving teachers an opportunity to sit and actually take some of these test items that we've shared with the audience. That was an interesting experience. We also did some in-service with students, helping students understand how important this test is, that the test is really a reflection of what is happening in our district. revising some testing schedules, looking at our parental permission process. The parents may opt out of this test, but the parents will initiate the letter to the schools, as opposed to sending home those permission forms with students. And we all know what happens sometimes. If a permission form goes home, it doesn't always come back. Parents are informed. We mail the letters to the parents, and we ask parents that if they would like to opt out for any reason, that they write a letter to the schools. We also took a look at our 1996 results and developed some goals and activities so that we could show improvement on the test scores this year, and that has occurred. And as you've noticed, we also looked at the tests, and we've begun to give our students more practice, more opportunities to do open-ended kinds of responses, to look at rubrics. I mentioned earlier that we actually have rubrics in the classroom where we use rubrics with students to give them an opportunity to do some self-assessment, to look at their own writing, for example, or their own math work, and see where their areas of need are. Looking at our curriculum and aligning our curriculum to the standards, and the standards are reflective of what's in those PSSA tests. And I think probably lastly, expecting more from our students, raising that bar, so to speak. The test is taken very seriously in our schools, and that may not have been the case prior to 1996. So with those types of interventions, and we plan to continue to take a look after we analyze our test scores from 1997, we plan to continue to take a look at the interventions and analyze those interventions. And we want to make sure that it wasn't just happenstance that our students did better. We want to make sure that the interventions that we put in place had a positive effect on our test results. Dr. Hassler will tell you where we're going from here.
Overall, we were satisfied with our results. However, we also believe that we obviously can improve in a number of areas, actually all areas. Let me take you just a step farther and tell you what we're doing this year. One of the interventions you saw on the last page was the development of academic goals. Each building sat down, took a look at their individual results by building, and came up with academic goals. This year we're going to continue that process, but expand it and refine it so that we can be more sure that the academic goals that we develop are going to get our students to the point where we are teaching the types of things we may have some weaknesses in. And basically we've been working with the administrators of these first couple of months of school, and we're taking a look at the goals we develop. One of the things we think we can improve on are the types of goals that we develop. We have developed a criteria where they must be measurable, they must be specific, they must be achievable in a sense, and probably the most important thing is we're looking at goals that are short-term focused, and I'll explain what that means. Short-term focus is different than what we did last year. Last year we developed a goal, and it may have been we wanted to improve students' ability to write in a narrative form, and we developed activities. And we may have done that in September or October, and then we took the test in March, and then we waited for the results in September. And in a sense, we may have hoped that our goals were going to get us to where we want it to be. The addition that we're adding this year is that we'll develop those measurable goals, but we're going to take checkpoint measures along the way throughout the year. So in October, if we say we're going to improve students' writing in narrative form, we're going to set up opportunities for staff to take a look at how well we're doing in, let's say, December. And let's say then in February again. So what we can do is say, geez, the goal that we developed and the activities we produced are getting us to where we want to be, or they're not getting us to where we want to be, and we need to revise that a little bit. Now, that's a process we're just beginning this year. We need to learn to kind of crawl in that process before we have each building develop 10 goals. And the important piece of this is the collection of data on an ongoing basis. So it's not, as Dr. Robinson said, maybe by happenstance that we got to where we want it to be, but we're going to be collecting data on an ongoing basis. We need to find ways, though, then for teachers to sit down and look at that data and say, yes, we're getting to where we want to be. But that's the step that we're taking this year, and we think it's going to be a big step in the overall performance of our students. We think the PSSA, in summary, is an excellent test. We want to use that as the test that we really measure ourselves against. Obviously, we'll continue standardized tests at various grade levels, SATs, and other forms of testing. But this is a good test because we think it measures basic skills, but gets students to apply the basic skills. And that's our report.
Let me wrap up by suggesting, as Dr. Hassler just mentioned, that the PSSA is a very important test. I believe it's going to become more critical and more important as the state moves in focusing the standards it's already developed, and developing those standards into goals and objectives that will measure learning, and convert the PSSA to a test that measures then the standards converted into objectives, which the state will represent as what all children should learn at certain levels of their growth and development that measures success academically. So we ought not to be afraid of the PSSA because it is a good test. It does measure what we think kids ought to know, and as the state converts those standards, which are learning targets, into goals, so that the test will measure those new goals, then we can be assured, moreover, that kids are learning what they should learn and what will be important in their future, and also will be a certification that they are educated as young people, having reached those levels. Now, let me conclude our report to the board and our community on testing by drawing your attention to the SAT scores, which we've published on the last page of that report you have. We've recognized some of the individual bright young men and women tonight who I would call the creme de la creme of our senior class. These are kids who have excelled on the PSAT as juniors, and whose numbers have reached a large number, second only to the highest number in North Penn High School's history of 50. This year's number of 44 is the second highest number of kids to receive condemnation, semifinal, bless you, semifinal or finalist status, which is quite an accomplishment. Dr. Cotter shared with me a booklet he gets from the publisher of the, from the sponsors of the National Merit Scholarship Program that lists the number of commended semifinalists or finalists in each high school throughout the country. And as I looked across the country and picked out certain communities with which I'm familiar or have a curiosity and looked at our own, our kids do better than the national average. And then let me point you to the SAT scores themselves. There are two things I want to point out with pride about North Penn students. Number one, we score well above the national average. Now, the state average isn't on here, but let me assure you we score well above the state average as well, our seniors. And number two, look at the percent of our kids of their class who take the test. We might suspect if the number of kids taking the test went down, that the group score would go up. Because fewer kids take it, they're generally the kids who need it to get into a college where there's competition to get in. The reality today is there's not every college is an institution that requires competition for admission. So a lot of kids who go to colleges like that don't take the SAT. North Penn High School students have taken the SAT in greater numbers as a percent of their class, and as you can see, our scores have gone up rather than leveling off. That's a compliment to the kids, their parents, and their teachers. We all ought to celebrate that good news. Thank you, Madam President. That concludes our report, and we'll certainly take questions.
Okay, very good. Dr. Robinson, real quick, PSSA is not a mandatory test for the students. They can.
Parents can opt out.
The parents can opt out.
Yeah.
And what is our procedure?
Parents write a letter to school principal.
Okay, so you don't send home the permission slip? They
We
have
send
to write
home
in?
We send home a letter informing parents that the test will be given, and ask that if they don't want their students to take, their child to take the test, that they write a letter.
We don't require a cause or reason? Just that that's their wish as
Yes.
parents?
That's all right.
Okay, great. That's good. Okay, board questions to the left, Mr. Moser.
Thank you. Just a better understanding, on page 2, comparing the state assessment and the traditional standardized tests. The traditional standardized test would be more along the SAT lines, where it's a multiple choice. All these areas, comprehension, sound recognition, so forth.
Well, I would say also that the SAT test is changing, and that's becoming a test of what people are using the term performance-based. So that test in itself, too, is getting away from just a multiple choice measure of rote skill.
I was trying to draw the distinction because looking at some of the examples, it seems the state assessment test, to me, would be a better measurement. But in looking at the traditional, I just wondered if it would, because I remember from taking SATs myself, you didn't have to do any computation or turn any computation in. If you could figure the answer out in your head, you just check the block in that one. I was just wondering, is that what traditional testing is? Are they all multiple choice?
The reference here is to the kind of standardized testing that's going on in our schools coincidentally during this 2-week period. And that's the Stanford aptitude test.
Right.
And that's occurring now in our elementary schools during this period.
But is that a multiple?
That's a description, I think, that more aligns with what's on your paper there than
Right.
this classic.
But we were not going to do that anymore, I understood. When we were doing the Stanford test?
We've reduced the number of grade levels, reduced the number of, we do it at a smaller scale, but we do it right now in grades 3, 4, and 6.
Because I was under the impression when Mrs. Clark was still here, she gave a report one night on this, and my understanding was we were going to get away from the standard testing and concentrate more on the PSSA.
We have a considerable reduction for this year.
Okay.
It'll be reevaluated for this year and the next.
Okay.
Logically, we'll see more of a PSSA-like instrument in place and less of this other sort of instrument, but right now we see purposes for both of them.
Okay. And getting to the SAT scores, I noticed an asterisk next to them, recentered scores. Wasn't there a situation where Princeton, who monitors and gives this test, wasn't there a 100-point adjustment?
Talk about recentering was a process that the SAT, after years of keeping the same scale from when the test began, wanted to more align the scores with 500 being the mean score. It's not really accurate to describe it as a 100-point adjustment. It depends on the level of the score, but there is maybe 100 at some levels. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Okay, because my understanding was that they did recenter. They were going to use a different method, but there was going to be, there was some talk of a 100-point adjustment. I remember that from a newspaper report as well.
Well, if you look at the scores here between 95 and 96 in the verbal column,
yes,
assuming that there's not a dramatic change, and at some point we were reporting both of those because they gave a way to compare, and this list doesn't happen to include that. But if we could assume that the 460 one year and the 529 are probably not night and day different, that reflects that recentering. So the verbal area was adjusted considerably. The mean, no doubt, went from lower than 500 up to 500 during that time, and that's when it occurred. So for our system, the question is how much is the difference there, or is that just the recentering difference?
Right.
Now,
that's what I'm asking.
Right. We have those statistics because for a couple of years there, they're giving us an equivalent of what it would be, and we can calculate that. We can determine what the equivalent would be under the old system, which makes then this list readable from the top to bottom.
Is that what you've done here?
That's not included here.
Is that, oh, you haven't done that? Okay.
Just not on this list. That's not included here. But
okay.
I believe the inside information that was released that had the same data did include that comparison of the recenter and not recenter.
Okay.
Can you give us any kind of written information you have on that?
On the recentering process? Absolutely.
Please, because all I care about is whether the hoop was lowered or
that's right.
integrity molested by that.
Right.
It's a statistical process, and that from this point on, it's difficult to compare these scores with previous year's scores but it is a way for, I mean, there is a transition for this from this point on. It's not a recentering every year, which would definitely be a complicated process. The reference point now is just a new year, 1996.
Okay, just something that you might have
No,
academic
I know
piece.
I know they recentered once, but,
That's it.
and that was in 96, I think, was the first year. And going to page 11, those percentages in mathematics distribution, well, both of them. 90, the top one, 96, 28% of our students finished in the top and 38% this year, correct? All right. If you could just give me a brief explanation, we're talking about middle, low, and bottom. I mean, we have, in other words, in 1996, we had 33% that were in the bottom quintile, and now there's only 18%.
What does that
Am I
mean?
reading that correctly?
That's what that means, yes.
Okay. All right. So there is definite improvement. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosey. Mrs. Krieger.
Just a couple things. We're giving the Stanford test to grades 3, 4, and 6. PSSA to 5, 8, and 11. And the writing in 6th and 9th grades, is that a different writing assessment than the state's been doing, or has that always been a part of PSSA? Okay, but the writing results are not given to the parents.
The test is constructed in such a way that the parents do not receive individual results. The way the test is designed, the state.
If we have teachers reading the results on the other areas of math and reading, it seems to me that it would be very easy for them to be able to report to the parents on the writing. And personally, as a parent, until they opt to do that, my child will be opted out of that testing. Because quite frankly, I view writing as the basic form of communication. I'd like to know, is there any other tests that we're doing besides the SAT and the PSSA and the Stanford? At the elementary level or at the elementary level? Okay, how about the secondary level?
At grade 9, we do the differential aptitude test, which is a
That's a career
aptitude
thing.
and
That's a
interest
career
survey.
thing, right? That's going on this week, starting tomorrow, right?
And there are optional tests at the high school, the Cooter preference test, which is opted by students.
This is given in March, right? The PSSA?
February, March.
February, March. And the Stanford is going on now? Okay. I think we're testing the kids to death, quite frankly. I think we should consider, I mean, if this is such a highly regarded test by the administrators in this state, and, you know, we have scores that are nationally scaled, right? Or just the state?
State.
Okay, so we don't, is that why we do the other ones, so we can compare ourselves to the rest of the country?
That's one of the reasons we would give that test. There are a multitude of reasons, and you recall the recommendation was to cut back considerably, as Mr. Mosey made that reference. The testing that we're doing this year is partial, just the math and the reading and writing at grades 3 and 4. The only time we give the full battery is at grade 6.
Okay.
So we agree,
Okay.
and that's the recommendation that's currently in place.
And as you see more of the PSSA areas being tested, you
Less.
might see less in some of
Okay.
the standardized tests.
Question, for students who are academically in the classroom on the report cards at the high end?
I'm sorry.
For students who are academically in the classroom on report cards at the high end, how can we explain to parents that when the PSSA results come in year after year that they are tested, that their children are not demonstrating the same aptitude, if you will, in the test results given by the state compared to what they're doing in the classroom?
Well, you've heard the interventions that took place included aligning the nature of this test with the experience in the classroom. I think as our curricula evolves, and I know that you participated in the review of the language arts program and saw that kind of evolution in place with the adoption of the current program, that program that we have now in place more closely aligns with the philosophy behind the PSSA test and the reading side. We're looking at this point not selecting a new math program, but we're looking in, the review begins now, and the process of enhancing our current system is to this is where we're focusing on math assessment. That's what's going on in the elementary schools. So if your question is if they're doing one thing in classroom and then seeing a different thing on the test, we're trying to take away those differences.
Because that has been a consistent problem.
They're not, the nature of the assessments in the classrooms need to be more aligned with this. We're doing that, steps are involved.
Some of it goes to the opportunity students have within their classroom to work with a test more similar to PSSA than not.
Okay, so what, am I correct in what I'm hearing, that historically, perhaps our curriculum has not been to the standards expected for achievement by the state?
I don't think it's just curriculum. I think it's the test construction tests that are used within the classroom, teacher-made tests that may be used in the classroom.
Okay, they're not aligned with the types of results, outcomes that, or I hate to use that word, sorry, wrong word.
Performance assessments.
Performance levels that that the state is looking for.
And we're moving more in that direction. We're doing it with social studies. We're doing it with science. We're looking at it more closely with math. We're doing it now with reading. We have writing prompts. So it's a process, too, for our teachers to learn how to score using rubrics. So it's kind of like an evolutionary process that's occurring.
Okay. And I didn't hear what you said about student in service.
What I said was that students have been spoken to about the SSA test in terms of the significance of the test, doing their best on the test, why the tests are being given. So, in other words, having students understand the purpose for taking this test.
Okay. I don't think it's appropriate, however, Dr. Robinson, and I think it needs to be addressed to our staff, that students should not be told if they don't come to school this week that they will miss out on recess.
That's something that
I don't think that's appropriate, and I'd like you to take care of that for me, please. And I just found out about that today, so I have no time to give anybody prior notice. And finally, can you
mean for the Stanford?
For this week's testing, for whatever testing.
Okay. That's a Stanford this week.
We had a student in our school district last year that scored a perfect, is it 1,600?
The SAT, yes.
Is that a combined score between these two?
Yes.
Okay, so then the top score that any student could really achieve in these two areas would be 800 apiece?
This is on the SAT.
On the SAT?
SATs?
On the SAT. Would be 800 apiece? Okay. Yeah, I think we do have to look at ways to encourage an improvement, in these scores, whatever it takes to, to get those scores up higher. Even those, these are okay. I personally like to see them higher, and I'd also like to see. I know 78% is a good percentage, but I know some other schools in the area that are taking the test at 95% higher. And I'd kind of like to aim for that.
We concur.
Thank you. I think what I mean is maybe we should, encourage the 11th. Is it 11th graders that are taking this?
For the first time.
11th and 12th?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we need to start preparation for that earlier.
Mr. Allen?
Did I hear correctly that you're saying, if I can sum up, are we saying that we're now adjusting curriculum to the PSSA test? Which is always a scary thing that people hear, but then I thought I heard you say, we think it's a good test. So it's a good thing to do. Does that
Well, the whole-
sum up what I've been hearing?
The whole purpose of the PSSA is to eventually test the state standards that are being put forth for all schools. So therefore, yes, we take a look at our curriculum to make sure that, in a sense, we're aligning our curriculum to what we're being assessed on. We're not throwing things out that we think that are important just because they may not be measured on the test, but we're taking a look at maybe where some of our holes and gaps are in our curriculum that the state expects students to know at, let's say, 5th grade, 8th grade, or 11th grade. But again, it's important to know, as Dr. Robinson said, this is a secure test. We have no access until right before the test is given of what the questions are. We have an idea of what the type of question would be, what students have to be able to do, and that's what we look at. Are students being able to read, apply their reading and comprehension to writing, etc.?
I just want to add, at one point, these tests were so secure that you could have your license revoked if there was any kind of tampering. So.
Your driver's license?
You're teaching you could have your certification revoked. So it's taken very seriously by administrators.
Okay. Other than that, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Schilling? Mr. Hill?
I have no question.
Mrs. Sharp?
Just a quick one. Does the PSSA still have the staff evaluation aspects of it?
There's some optional questions. There's a teacher questionnaire that we've opted,
We haven't used that.
haven't used that. It's an optional one for us to participate in that. I believe that's what you're making reference to.
But the teachers, there's one, I know when it first came out anyway, there was one where the staff rated the principal, and also then there were questions in which, I don't know whether they were opinion polls or what, but I mean, basically there were questions where also teachers themselves were being ranked.
Well, it was really more to assess, from a teacher's perspective, the offerings of the school, things like school climate, and those kinds of things. But we have not opted to utilize that test in this district.
I was going to ask, how do we go about getting the overall results of something like that by building? I mean, I knew that was a part of the testing
I don't think we've done that
program,
for
but
2 years.
I've never ever seen any data on that. So we just don't participate at all?
We haven't done that for the last 3 years at Davis State.
So it's not mandatory either for the district?
That's optional.
Okay, and we opted out.
They opted out.
Yep, they
We
opted.
can always opt in.
Okay, thank you.
Much has been made in the press of the phrase "teach to the test," in reference usually to the SATs. Based on the listing here on the interventions that were taken after the 1996 testing, we seem to be more like teaching to the test methods, which I don't view as negative in any way, but perhaps could you elaborate a little bit more, someone, on the alignment of our curriculum to the standards and what the tests are currently testing?
Sure, I'll start. I think we probably all can jump in on this. Again, we feel that we need to, as a district, have a good assessment tool that is, I would say, standardized in a different sense, or a consistent assessment tool that we feel actually tests those types of skills that students need to go out into the world today. When we look at the state assessment, we think that that's the type of assessment that best measures those types of things. It measures basic skills, and it measures application. So we take a look at the types of things they test, and we take a look at our curriculum and say, are our students being asked to respond in writing? Or are students being asked to just do multiple choice most of the time? And where we need to adjust, we will adjust our curriculum. I don't want to get into the argument of teach to the test and teaching the test, but those are two different things. We do not teach the test. We, yes, teach the test. We need to have a target, and our target is the types of things they assess, and we want our curriculum and what the students are studying to help them measure how effective we are. So I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but yes, we're trying to improve our curriculum and improve the learning of our students.
Let me add to that too. One of the many purposes of PSSA is to have is to allow districts to use the PSSA test and the results for curriculum planning. So there is that connection that the state expects because of the standards.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we all had that explanation, because as is designed in the school board system, I mean, this is supposed to be local control of the curriculum, and we are here to make decisions about what we believe is the best possible curriculum for our students. And even though the state assessment may focus on some areas, we may be teaching other areas that we feel are appropriate for our students to have. We are making those alignments, and I guess the word is there, I mean, the alignments to make sure that our students are not going to be penalized in the testing, but we're certainly not abandoning anything that we think is important.
No, definitely not. And after I think it's really important too, after the one phone call I got, our 96 scores appeared in the paper. It was an anonymous phone call.
They always are.
That we want to make sure we do align our curriculum to that test. But yeah, we really do want to align it, but we are not throwing things out of the curriculum that we think are important for our students at North Penn.
Thank you very much.
I think it also goes to what extent is a school system accountable, not only to the children it serves, but the community that supports it through its taxes, and to what extent does the state have a responsibility to ensure that there's an accountability system. I believe these factors are represented in this exercise. The board might remember, I believe it was the month of July, I sent to you the state standards, a thick paper, probably 70, 80 pages, Mr. Mosey, you remember.
I sure do.
And the standards, if you looked at the standards, if you had time to look at them, you would find probably nothing you could argue with. They say essentially, in the English language, what is it that we want a high school graduate to have accomplished? What is it in mathematics or basic computational skills should a high school graduate or an 8th grader or a 5th grader know to move on? And if you look at it that way, these are a set of guidelines, and as I said, the standards are now being converted into goals and objectives, which will be the targets of the test to measure progress toward realizing those goals and objectives. And in a sense, it's an accountability system, perhaps the only way a school district can be accountable. Our responsibility is to provide an educational opportunity and now to ensure that children learn at least a minimum proficiency level to progress through the school systems or perhaps to graduate from high school. Now, I find nothing wrong with that. I'm neither appalled by that, and in fact, I believe educators want the opportunity to show in a fair and equitable way that they can accomplish the mission of educating the youth of this community. And so I believe we ought to embrace that form of accountability and align our curriculum with the standards if we've already concluded that the standards are, after all, in the best interest of children, what we want the children to learn. And then be accountable for the results. This is, after all, what a public institution should do, especially since it derives its support from the public too.
And I also think it's important to remember that although we do have the state assessment tests, we have standardized tests, we have tests, as we talked about, many, many tests, that the only way that we can probably truly remain accountable is to do these things because all of them are focusing in different areas. And one test will never give us a true measure of what our students are accomplishing. So it is always a battery. It is not one single testing system that we can adhere to and remain accountable. You can remain accountable. If you do well in one series of tests and say, there's the measure, you win, but really, what is it proving? So I think the battery of tests continue to be important to make sure that all skill levels are evaluated.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yes, Dr.
Mrs.
Officer.
Krieger, I just want to go back to your question about the writing, because I looked through the book to see if I could get you an answer. And I think, based on what it says here, the writing sample assessment provides information to participating schools and school districts about the current status of students' writing, and a process that can be used to begin monitoring writing skill development over time. The state writing assessment is not intended to make decisions about individual students. The assessment of the writing ability of an individual can be made only through judgments of multiple writing samples. So there's only one writing sample. The state is saying that's not enough to make a judgment about a child's writing. But the assessment provides comparative data about the school's writing program. So really what it's looking at is what is the writing program of the district, not measuring the student, measuring the district.
No, I understood that.
So that's why there's no report.
No, but I understood that, but I think the parents are entitled, to know what those results are.
But I think what
as
they're
well.
saying is it's difficult to give that result because there's only one sample.
The confusion would be is that your child may have taken a prompt that was narrative.
Right.
So your child would be graded on a narrative prompt, whereas my child could have written about a persuasive type of writing. And it wouldn't give you a true picture of your writing. When you add it all together and average it out for the district, then we can tell how we're doing narratively, persuasively, et cetera. So
No, I understand.
you would have to.
I understand that, but, it's results that we've never,
I don't
reported.
disagree you don't get the results, but I think us getting students to participate and getting the results back would help us, though.
Now, is that different from the grade 5 writing?
No, grade 5 and
Six.
6.
6 and 9 is right.
6
No,
and
I
9 is
understand,
right.
but is that different than the grade 5?
Because you have multiple samples of writing in that grade 5 test.
That-
It's not just one.
That's a reading test.
That's a reading test.
That's a reading question.
I know, but they're supposed to write.
All right?
Right.
Right, that's what we're saying. There's
But you have
not just multiple choice, it's writing.
But you have multiple, you don't get just one reading test, one reading question. You get more than one, so you can see the different types of writing that students are able to do. Whereas with the 6th grade and the 9th grade, your prompt might be a persuasive.
There's 9 different ones.
There are lots of different prompts. In one individual classroom, there may be 3 or 4 different prompts. So maybe a quarter of the class takes the same prompt.
Okay, the only other thing that I wanted to point out to everybody here, and it's just something that I think we need to consider at some point, preferably sooner than later, bringing back into the regular curriculum is handwriting. These children are being assessed on writing neatly and clearly, but yet once they learn how to write, go from printing to writing, there's not organized handwriting nor assessment of handwriting after that point. And I think if in grade 5 they're going to be expected to write neatly and clearly, we might want to start including some of those, because it really hasn't been a focus, but yet children are now finding in the 6th grade who are going to be assessed this year for writing, their teachers are saying, papers have to be neater, they have to be clearer, they have to do this, and they feel put out about it, because now it's suddenly something that they feel they have to do because they're going to be tested on it later on this year.
Okay, Mr. Clemens.
SAT scores. If you look on the sheet, and I've heard this word many times, but I don't quite understand it, recentered scores from 1980 to 1995, if you look, the national average was probably somewhere around 900, 910, okay? And I think that's pretty much, that's pretty common that most people understood and knew that. And then 96 is when they were recentered, and if you look at it, they recentered them and they probably went up about 1,000. I'm sorry, about 100. To take it up to 1,010 is now the new national average. And I just would ask, I've heard this recentered word a bunch of times, could someone explain it to me, and also explain it that parents would have an understanding that, in the past, different colleges requiring whether they required 1,200 back in 1995, or now they requiring 1,300 because it's bumped up about 100.
That's right.
What's the deal with recentered? What caused it and all that?
The simple explanation is this, that over the years, the mean regressed to a lower value, and the premise of this test was that the average or mean score would be 1,000.
So that's why they moved it up.
Like the consumer price index. They readjusted it so the average score would end up being 1,000 rather than, as you pointed out, if you added those two numbers from the 95, it's less.
So have colleges bumped up their admitted standards, the more competitive ones?
They've adjusted those correspondingly, yes. The curious thing about this, when I mentioned to Mr. Mosley, it's a little bit more complicated. At some places on the scale, it's actually a lower score for the same result it is now. So it's not all up. Some of it's a statistical process. And I'll give you a document that'll at least attempt to explain it. But
a short one, hopefully.
The simple answer, well, I won't be real detailed. The simple answer is this: they move the average back so it's 1,000.
Okay.
So they left the players on the field and moved the goalposts, is what you're saying?
Right.
Yeah, in fact.
So who's kidding who?
That's right.
Well, just as long as everybody knows what it is.
The test hasn't changed,
That's
people
right.
change.
Just as long as everybody knows what it is, then there's no confusion. That's
Sounds
the only
like
function of that.
fudging to me. Okay, real quick, we just purchased $1 million in language arts curriculum textbooks. The textbooks here before we did that were 30 years old. What if we find out, heaven forbid, 3, 5, 6 years down the line that these textbooks aren't hitting the mark?
Well, one of the things that we did with the textbooks,
Another $1 million bucks. Pass it on.
Basic question.
that's the answer. No. One of the things we did with the textbooks during the adoption process was to compare them to the standards, both national and state standards, to make sure they align. And as usual in most curriculum areas, you readjust as you go along. You still can use the same materials to a point. Not 30 years, but to a point.
Okay. The PSSA test, is that just public school kids, or does that include testing, optional taking of tests by private school kids?
I don't believe that the option exists for private schools to take that. I don't know this, I'm not sure about that. I do know that.
Could you check that?
We can check to see if that option
Because
exists.
if their scores are in there, that's another factor.
I don't believe that they.
I don't think so.
I don't believe that that's even an option.
Any problems with the permission slip or the process of opting out? I get all my permission slips, but it's usually through the lint filter in the washer. So, any problems with that?
We haven't experienced any.
Okay, can you provide us a listing of the schools and the number of kids in each school that have opted out, just for our own knowledge?
Not by name, though.
No.
Oh, geez, no, I don't want to know anybody's name. I just want
Not
to
sure we would
know
have
5
that.
from this school, 10 from this school, 100 from here. Just an idea from school to school. Okay, that is it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Madam President, just if I may interrupt, please. You said you have to return all the test booklets back and so forth. These examples that are in here, were they from the test booklets? Did you make copies?
Absolutely not.
No way.
Copyright infringement.
No.
Oh, there you
The
go.
state does provide us some
Samples.
Samples, okay.
Actually, that is a live question, and that one was a question 2 years ago.
Well, I'm only asking the question. I'm only asking because someone might come up and say, if you had to turn the booklets back, how come you have samples? I'm
They provide
protecting
us
you.
They do give us,
Okay.
notice that one has the rubric
Just-
with it, so
just
that's how you can
protecting
tell
you.
the difference. The answer is there.
We do look for teachers with photographic minds, though, so when they open the test book.
Well, you know, how skeptical everyone is today.
By the way, how many cars can you make out of 1.33 pounds of plastic?
For 3
I
hours.
didn't even think about it.
I was so, I was afraid the board was going to be grouped for an
We should have that
answer.
answer right now.
She has the teachers always have the answer sheet.
Teachers always have
Always the
to
answer
see
sheet.
part of the privilege of being the teacher.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is your time. Thank you for waiting and listening to us. Name and address, and come forward, please. Yes.
Hi, Marla Darcy, Upper Gwinnett, and Donna, I agree with you. If our kids knew what we find out about them from the laundry, they'd be shocked. Anyway, thank you for this very good presentation, Dr. Robinson and Dr. Decker and whoever, and Dr. Hassler and whoever else took part in it. I do have a couple of questions. Mr. Decker, I would like to see, that information will be given to the public too about the recentering and how these scores would have been before the recentering took place.
I'm not sure how we provide that to the public, but absolutely.
Okay.
It's public information. It's the SAT which did this maneuver, not us.
So we'll be able to transcribe the 505 and figure out what that would have been a few years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
That would happen.
Okay. Also, I was wondering, right now, we've been giving this test in this district for, this is the third year? Okay, so the fourth year will be the first time that we can track the same group from 5th grade to their next level of testing. So how do you do that? Do you take, is it going to be computerized where you take individual student scores to see if that same grouping, because once we take 5th graders out of their elementary school, they're mixed up in middle school. So how will you evaluate that?
We don't necessarily get that detailed of information. What basically we can do is just look at 5th grade results and compare them to 8th grade results. But the breakdown of information we get is not the same type that we would get from like the Stanfords, where we could break it down to that.
Because that really, maybe in the future they'll do that, because that really would be helpful to know. Then you'll know if the actual 5th grade is actually improving as it goes up. And I noticed that it's very heartening to see the improvement in scores. I think next year's, when we see this current year's test for the high school, we'll know whether or not that the improvement is a reflection of the opt-out measures and things, or if we'll know next year based on the scores that come back for that, whether or not we see continued improvement or how much it's dependent on the opt-out and the other things that were addressed. And I was wondering, what happens to the children in the bottom quartile? This is, as you said, this is not the type of test that we can go back and take the kids who are scoring on the bottom and address specific things. It doesn't get that detailed.
It isn't reported by students. So, but we can look at the areas within each of the reading and math, for example, and see what our scores are and see maybe we need to do more with geometry, for example, or maybe we need to do more with problem solving. Okay. We can make some assumptions based on.
So that's certainly why we would need continued use of the other aptitude tests. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please? Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, thank you. Doctor and Doctor, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, we'll give them time to move around. Dr. Cotter, I believe you're on deck.
Years ago, they said you get 400 for signing. Now you get 500 for signing.
Madam President and members of the board, the next presentation is a follow-up to a lengthy one that you received, I think, a month ago on the first phase of a commitment to technology in our secondary schools with an upgrade and expansion of the presence of computers and a network system at the high school that was presented to you before. This presentation will be a review of that with some draft work that Mr. Weir has commissioned to look at the electrical as well as the computer networking needs of that proposal, and to position it with your approval for your action 9 days from now at the business meeting of the board, where you make decisions and approve proposals and take action. We don't believe this will require much of your time, and I shouldn't say that. Mr. Barrow reminds me every time I say that we have a long meeting. But I know you're familiar with the topic, and I know that there's a high level of support for it. So keeping that in mind, I'll turn to Mr. Weir, and at the appropriate time, I know he'll introduce Dr. Cotter.
Thank you, Dr. Bose. The green sheet, although of course it's white in your packets tonight, but we refer to them as green sheets when they're first created. The sheet on the library technology proposal reveals the recommendation that we request approval to proceed with public bidding on all furniture and computer equipment for the high school library technology improvement project. We, of course, are not asking for a vote tonight. As we conclude this later this evening, we hope that we will have consensus to put this on the agenda for next week, for your meeting next Thursday night. Since our last time together on September 23rd, I've been asked to provide a diagram which shows the electrical needs, how we intend to bring the electricity into the library. And the first drawing you have in the packet immediately after following the recommendation statement is that. I've also been asked to give you some graphic presentation of the information flow. Before we talk about the diagram for information flow, I'll ask Mr. Wood if he would please to assist us in understanding the electrical diagram which we were asked to provide.
Thank you, Ken. On the right-hand side of that drawing, you see a list showing the legend, if you will, the computer station, printer, receptacle, power pole. Below that, the numbers that are in the circle would indicate the number of circuits and how they would be fed to the various areas in the IMC. The thing that the drawing did not have, the item that was not on the last drawing, of course, is where we're bringing the electric down from above. You can now see that where we say main office. There's a storage closet behind the main office. You can see we're coming down from upstairs into a 42-circuit main lugs panel, load center. And of course, we're bringing down 225 amp, three-phase that converts to 675 amp single phase. So the question has been asked in the past, do we have adequate electricity? Yes, we will. We'll have 675 amps of electricity. Next to that, the small box on the wall is nothing more than a surge suppressor, whereby instead of using surge suppressors at each location, we will condition the electric from a surge standpoint prior to sending it out to the various stations. And next to each workstation, if you look at student group 1, for an example, we have merely indicated that there will be 10 20 amp circuits serving the workstations that you see there, where we have 20 workstations, and of course, each 20 amp circuit will serve two computer centers or workstations. And pretty much throughout the whole process, we've listed how we're getting down from the ceiling, whether it's via a column that's existing or via a power pole, or just coming off the wall in the case of the office areas. And that's pretty much, it's pretty basic as to how we're going to feed the room.
I think this demonstrates that Mr. Wood and his staff have given this thoughtful consideration. I know that I was there when they walked the facility and examined the facility, and this has been carefully considered so that there's every reason to believe that this is a very doable project. And Mr. Wood has given us an estimate. It includes some overtime work for current employees so that this can be done with in-house staff, and we believe it can be done with a minimum of difficulty. The following page is our attempt to show you the information flow as was requested. For our purposes today, we're calling this a compact ProLiant 2500 server. That server will be located in an office, I think most of you would say an office of the library, not part of the student use area, but an office adjacent to the library. Information flow from the server to this SuperStack switch, if you will, and from the switch to the patch panel. Notice that there is a line drawn to show that we are giving consideration to the 2 computer labs in the new addition that will be constructed during the next 2 years in the front of the present building. There will be a CD tower in the office room also, and then from the patch panel to each of the student groups, to the server, to the printers, to those workstations which are designated staff or student/staff. Some of you may have a question about the workstations that are student/staff. You'll recall when the librarians were here with us previously, they explained carefully that if there's a sufficient number of students in the library waiting to use computers, they make arrangements for the staff to do other chores while they work at the computers. In other words, the student work comes first. So that's our best effort to show you how the information flow will be. Turning to the next page, I have included here the cost estimates that we provided for you on September 23rd. On September 23rd, we said that this proposal, all costs were estimates. Today, I've supplied on the next page a somewhat revised proposal. This is a fluid kind of thing. You know that these estimates were begun by Mr. Nyman. Now they're getting a closer look from those of us that are looking at them today, and we are making some adjustments. I'll point your attention to the second list of estimates. Notice that we have moved the price of the server from an approximate $18,000 to $20,000. We have also made an adjustment to the number for switches. We have also made an adjustment for the number for workstations. We were estimating the workstations at $300 per workstation. Of course, the bidding process will take care of the real cost. We'll learn the real cost through the bidding process, but we have changed that estimate to $350. Additional software licenses, we've moved from the $10,000 to a $13,000 figure, and you will see that we are now estimating $297,300, whereas on the 23rd of September we were looking at $288,000. We have some reason to believe that the price of the computers will be less than the estimate and that the bidding process will take care of that. We may find that the bidding process provides us computer prices closer to $2,000 each rather than to $2,500 each. So that would further impact on this estimate. Dr. Cotter is with us this evening, and we're pleased for that. He's here if there are any philosophical questions regarding the need or the use, if there's anything that needs to be replayed from the discussions we had on September 23rd. We're hopeful that you will give us a green light, so to speak, to continue to work on this project. We, of course, are committed to the bidding process for the furniture and for the computer equipment. And through that process, we hope that these estimates will give us numbers that are somewhat lower. Dr. Cotter, did you have anything that you wanted to share this evening in addition to what has been said previously?
Well, no, I just would like to reiterate the fact that the new equipment will give us an opportunity to allow larger numbers of students to research in the library, to research more effectively, to run new and updated software, and certainly I think it's a step in the right direction in terms of preparing large groups of students for the future upon their progress through North Penn High School.
I would say that we're optimistic regarding our ability to deliver this in the beginning of the next calendar year. That requires a schedule that keeps us moving, but if we're able to get a consensus and a vote to go forward next Thursday evening, we believe that's achievable. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weir, I know that that administration and various board members are interviewing technology managers. Are those being interviewed aware that this project is on the docket should, in fact, one of them be hired. Has that been addressed in the interview?
I would say that we have not discussed all the specific projects with those we have interviewed. We have more interviewing to do, and I think as that interviewing continues, we will provide those being interviewed with more information. We're not really at that point at the moment.
And I know that Panimation's on deck, and you're hopeful of this, and those are two large projects. Whoever gets the job would be hit with.
They will be well informed through the process, yes.
Okay, board questions to the right, Mr. Clemens.
Ready to move forward with it, but just maybe for the public, a general idea of what the actual PCs would be in terms of speed and hard drive, amount of RAM, that kind of stuff. I would assume Pentium 133s or 200s or something. How would Pentium 200s?
David?
Have any of that? I would assume like Pentium 200s.
Yeah, I mean,
16 megs of RAM and
if you look at a price mark that the industry goes by, that for approximately the $2,500 cost, I have no doubt that we're looking at a Pentium that's either 166 or 200 megahertz, probably at least 2 gigabytes of hard disk space, perhaps 16 or 32 megabytes of RAM, and a monitor of a decent size. So that is where the median price point is, and that's what the $2,500 represents.
Okay. The specifications have not been written, and we are not yet prepared to go to bid, but that's ahead of us.
Okay. That's all I had.
Mr. White.
With the understanding that the specifications haven't been written, I'd like some input there. I have some opinions about the server configuration directly as it relates to its own disk storage, but that can wait because I think the price point that was put on this list will certainly get us exactly what we need. Art, you explained that power conditioning is central for the entire IMC. Okay, so that eliminates...
But it's truly just surge protection and not total power conditioning.
Right. Other concern, by the way, I should say that, I mean, there's no doubt that I completely support this. Some of these are just fine points and details, and it was brought up before about trying to put as much into the IMC as we possibly can, that we should definitely consider the type of workstation we're putting in for all of these. I still think we need to consider the students have books, many of them carry backpacks, just making sure. I mean, there are many different styles of workstation that will accommodate monitors on high, so keyboards and books can fit into what may come down to something like a larger study carrel, but we need to consider that. And finally, one of the concerns that's here, and it is the first item under notes, that there are no training costs included. We do have staff members that will need to upgrade their skills, and I hope that either someone has this money in the budget for the staff to be able to help them with this next level of computer workstation. If it's not in these costs and they're available, please make me aware of how that is. We don't have to do it now. I mean, that is future, but training for people if they've not used Windows 95 before, I mean, we could be talking about a half a day depending on their skill set. We could be talking about a day depending on their skill set, but certainly the staff that are in there are going to be supporting our students, many of which will have this experience. I think we prefer it to be the other way around. We'd like our staff to do the support rather than our students, although using students for support would be an excellent idea in helping those that may not know how to use this particular operating system. But other than those few questions, everybody should be well aware that this has my complete support. Thank you.
I was just going to add to that we have a number of in-service days that are available for the remaining course of the school year, that there is some expertise in the building, in the business department, and a number of other places. Matter of fact, this coming 3rd and 4th, we're going to do some training in the current labs that we currently have and try to bring our entire staff up to speed. and certainly a similar model can be used in the future in the library, utilizing some of that expertise in the business area where they have exposure to micro word soft and a number of other systems, and I think that there is enough expertise, I think, to rotate the staff through the library on an in-service day. So, you know.
Well, again, I'm happy to know that the thoughts of training are there, because none of this works without training. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Scher.
Okay, I'm glad to hear the power source issue was being addressed, because that was one concern. I was wondering how we were planning to move forward when we have not yet resolved that basic problem. What I'd like to ask is, and it's a question that's come from a couple of students from the high school that were talking about having a discussion over the idea of so many computers being added within the space of the library. One, they said that generally access was not a problem. It was more dealing with quality of the computers rather than the numbers that were there. But also, they wondered about whether or not, what this will do with the availability of space for all the other project work that they do within the library. As some of you may know, the debate classes, spends just about as much time inside the library during its period as it does in its classroom and such. And a good bit of that there will still be, I would hope, a considerable use of the books and, of course, of the other areas away from the computers. So can someone help me out with is there any impact on the capacity of the library?
No.
Do we expect that we may be rated by our
A lot of what you see,
township?
a lot of what you see in the diagram is some reconfiguration of some furniture. Some of the computers go into existing spaces, and there's some removal of furniture in terms of card catalogs and that type of thing. So I really don't think we're going to be compacted in terms of the numbers. I think there's going to be plenty of seating area. If you look at the diagram, plenty of seating area for projects and other things that are taking place in the school, and certainly instruction that will be taking place in the library. So I think we're going to be in good shape in that respect.
Don't get me wrong, I think it's an exciting idea, but I do know that there's also, still other uses for the library, and wanted to find out what the answer was to maintaining that. Well, could someone just, between now and whenever the action meeting does occur, or we can move forward, someone let me know what we are losing in the areas of the others non-computer space areas. I know we had like diagrams, but that wouldn't give me, if we now have 50 seats at tables,
We'll be
do we
happy
now
We'll be happy to check on that. It's my recollection
have
that
30?
when the librarians were here, they explained that where you see student group 3 and where you see student group 4, they are presently spaces occupied by low bookcases, if you will. And those low bookcases where you see student group 3 and student group 4 are removed to make space for those computers. We will certainly count chairs and tables, but I'm of the impression that we have kept the number of chairs and tables in this drawing that we presently have in the library, but Dr. Cotter and I will be happy to verify that.
Sure.
And mention that the next time we're together.
There's just from students' perspective that are using the library who are more active in the other parts of the library.
I think you make an interesting point regarding usage and the number of pieces of equipment there. When we improve the quality of the equipment, though, there will be considerable more use.
Oh, you give them the internet. I mean, they'll be on chat lines.
As we...
Excuse me. Oh,
She
okay.
just asked you a question. Did you get an answer?
No, he stopped in the middle. Okay, as we,
The
okay.
last thing I heard was chat line. I don't know.
Okay. I think this is a very well-organized plan, and I think it's very exciting to see us focusing on this core area of student service and usage. I guess the only remaining question is to have an update as to where we stand in the technology manager interview process, because I believe, as Smengel referenced, we already have a considerable technology purchase coming forward for which I guess the new technology manager will be inheriting ownership and responsibilities for. And I'd just like to see just how close are we to perhaps having someone on board that could also be here ahead of the actual bidding process, so that they too can have ownership of this, that they can come before this community, come before the board, and put their signature to this in saying, we believe this is a good idea. I certainly respect the expertise that David brings, but when we're dealing with the community and 2 or 3 years later, we have an administrator that's coming to us and saying, I don't know where this came from, but I'm stuck with this situation, and these are the weaknesses, and this is that. What do we say? Well, you know, we had the advice of a board member, or we had the advice of you know, general staff, and there's such an out there. You know, we have such little accountability as it is, that I would love to see a technology manager that's coming on board stand before us and say he supports this plan, and also add whatever little bits of fine-tuning that he might suggest with his expertise. Perhaps, you know, and he may say this is perfect the way it is, or it may be a few minor suggestions before we go too far and it's too late.
Surely. We all share your wish that that person were in our employ at present. In the absence of that person, I do have quality advisors, as you know, and everything we're doing is being looked at and monitored and checked by the consultant staff that is available to me. So we are not absent quality advisors. And just as soon as we can hire the staff that we need, we will all be happy about that. You know? But this is being examined, as is everything we're doing on a daily basis, by the consultants that you've been able to make available to us. And we're most appreciative of that.
Well, I'd still like to know how far into the process are we? I understand there's interviews going on this week. No?
We will continue to schedule interviews, yes.
Okay.
We will continue to schedule interviews.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hill.
Yeah, just a couple comments. I'm pleased with the drawings and the explanation here. As to training, I know that I learned Windows 95 on myself, and if I can learn it, just about anybody can learn it. It's fairly easy to learn, and it's fairly easy to use it and operate with. It may take a little bit of training with it, but it's a very easily friendly software. And I'm not so concerned either relative to the we're not you know, the animation equipment coming in here and the change we're doing in this building is extensive and quite complicated, and that is a concern that we have people on board to do that. Here in the library, we're not inventing any new wheels. We're putting in up-to-date computer systems and the hardware, and do exactly what we're doing now, only with better equipment, and I think with a little bit of training. And it's not there's no you know, there's no great steep leap forward in technology and complicated software or complicated application here. So I'm not at all concerned about this being operational and ready to go with the staff we already have. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. Schilling.
I like what I see, and I'm ready to move forward and support it.
Okay, Mr. Allen.
No comments or questions?
Mrs. Krieger.
Thank you. I'm relieved to hear, Dr. Cotter, this evening, and Mr. White's here too, are now prepared to discuss the fact that there is training involved with any kind of computer upgrades. That's different than what was discussed here back in September. Most frankly, it is. It is. When the librarians were here, there was the notion of training was poo-pooed, not necessary. And I'm glad to see that's now being admitted to. Quite a few things. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're rushing
you do something, purely and simply to make a political statement, that we did something. When you submit a bill like this to an elected individual and include no training costs, no internet service, when everybody knows that the reality of the situation is that there is going to be a future request to hook up to internet service, that is not an accurate portrayal financially of what the community is to expect financially in the future. 60 workstations, it still hasn't been justified unless whole classes are going to be taken in and specifically put down in front of a computer terminal for a specific purpose, be it an assignment, a report, whatever. But there's been no correlation between this upgrade and an integration into the program of studies or curriculum. Dr. William Ruckheiser, who is the Executive Director of Learning in the Real World, states emphatically 3 things are necessary for an effective technology plan. The first thing is an integration, how it's going, what does this community want the technology to do for the students' academic achievement? That has never been addressed or even discussed, for that matter. Number 2, how is it going to integrate into the curriculum? What purpose is it going to serve through integration into the curriculum? Never been discussed, never been addressed. And thirdly, and most importantly, how are we going to keep this upgrade, this new system, competitive and current in the future? Ladies and gentlemen of this board, you can anticipate a need and a necessity for upgrades, future upgrades, every 3 to 5 years on whatever computer systems we purchase today or in the future. That is just the nature of technology. But yet, there's nothing budgeted in our annual operating budget and for recurring costs, for improvements in the future. And in USA Today last week, there's a huge article about how school districts nationwide are rushing to do technology without a plan. David, I sat in on an interview process yesterday where an applicant was told that the March 12th plan, had never been officially adopted in its entirety. So
those were my comments directly.
Right. So a little bit was done here with the Penimation purpose, with the Penimation upgrade. Now we have the IMC upgrade, but we still don't have a plan. I feel like this board and the administrators see a chunk of money in reserves, quite frankly, is burning a hole in your pocket. And you are not, everybody can giggle all you want, but it's the fact. And it is suggested, in fact, it's emphatically recommended that school districts must commit to a minimum of 3% a year of their entire operating budget to be able to maintain systems, upgrade them, and do proper training. If you don't plan for that, whatever you purchase is going to go wasted. Now, we are focusing at the right end of the district because our high school students are the generation, if you will, that are closest to needing the technology. Not that our students at the elementary don't deserve some hands-on experience with technology, but the high school students is the generation that we should be focusing on. Is this the right place to start? Perhaps. but I would like a plan. I would like to be able to come before the community and say, this is what we want technology to do for our students. This is how we've incorporated it into the curriculum. And folks in the community, this is what you can expect to have to pay annually just for the operation of technology. We haven't done it, and I feel we're rushing. I think we're being premature, and I think that we need to really take some time to put those first pieces together the way it's being recommended all over the place. Atlantic Monthly, USA Today, MSNBC, every research company that I have called and talked to says the same thing. We don't even have a technology coordinator, ladies and gentlemen. And the individual that was interviewed yesterday is no longer interested. Because we need to put together a plan. So it's obvious that this is going to go on the agenda on the 27th, but we need to cover our bases. You can't bring the cart before the horse, just for the sake of saying, we did something. We bought computers for the library. Great. Where's the results? How is this a results-driven operation or recommendation? We've heard a lot about results-driven curriculum and assessments and all that, yet we're not applying it to this. I'm also concerned, and Art has tried, but I still don't understand why we can't, with a new addition going on, why we can't put a new electrical supply into the library so that it will be able to accommodate future upgrades.
That's exactly what we're doing.
But you said that these switches are...
The switches at the main source are the original switches. But from there down, I mean, it's a source. It's like having an old or an old electric utility pole that brings you electric and you tap off a new service. That's exactly what we're doing.
Okay, but if there's more service in a house, let's say, than that electrical switch can give, what happens to the electricity in the house?
There's not. I mean, we have a room for expansion within the building. And that's merely what we're doing. We're bringing in 675 amps of electric, which is the equivalent of almost, well, the equivalent of 3 houses worth of electricity to run small amperage equipment that will be in the IC. With all new equipment beyond that point, coming down from upstairs, forget about our source. We're bringing cable down and feeding new equipment.
I know, but you said that you were purchasing 3 of these switches.
That's correct.
So that when they wear out,
That's correct.
we will have replacements.
That's correct.
Okay, Art, what happens when the 3rd one wears out?
We buy a reconditioned switch.
A reconditioned switch.
The manufacturer's no longer in business, but they're being rebuilt. I mean, short of changing for literally millions of dollars the entire electric service in the high school.
How much?
I can't recommend it.
How much?
Millions of dollars. I just can't recommend
Well, I
it.
think that if this is going to be the high school of the future, that it seems like if a school district wants to do something the right way, and basically this reminds me, it really doesn't remind me of a library. I know it's what does it stand for, IMC?
Instructional Materials Center.
Instructional Materials Center. But it looks like we're getting away from that and becoming more of a computer center.
Well, I mean, don't address that question, because let me assure you that we're gonna have electric at the high school, and some suppliers are gonna continue to spill us because the meter's gonna go around. and we're gonna have school every day. And you know, someday, we may have to replace piece by piece, which we've already done, with one major replacement in the boiler room coming in from the transformer bay, if you will, that sits on Summity Town Road. But I can't recommend now that we throw everything out that's in there and get new equipment. I just can't recommend it.
I guess my concern is that in the future, we are going to find, not we, some board in the future is going to find themselves in a really expensive box.
Sure.
Because they want to upgrade this IMC to current standards and not be able to do that because of a lack of adequate electrical.
If I can try to say it differently from what Art is saying, is that running power to the IMC to accommodate 60 workstations in the server is only running lines off of our current electrical switching system. And to replace that current electrical switching system, which feeds the IMC and the gymnasiums and the classrooms and the TV studios, to replace that central facility is millions of dollars in upgrade. If we have to do that someday, we will have to do it, and it has nothing to do with the IMC at all. And running additional power lines to the IMC, we are not stripping the capacity of our electrical systems. We are not adding to our electrical systems. We are running circuits to the IMC to accommodate these machines, and we have the capacity in the building to do that without any upgrades. It's just saying we're going to take it from where we have the capacity and route it to the IMC so that we can accommodate 60 computers and printers.
And it won't impact service to any of the other areas.
And the first question we asked about it is, do we have the electrical capacity? It means, where are we going to find these 650 amps from? The 650 amps, we have the capacity. We can essentially, I don't even want to say the word drain, but from the reserve we have 675 amps that we can reroute to the IMC and meet our needs for these workstations. We're talking about lines, we're talking about breakers, we're talking about suppressing surges in those lines so that we can accommodate them. It is something we have to look at in every building, no matter where we put technology. I mean, our buildings of today were not even designed to handle the number of copiers and fax machines that we put into many of our buildings today. I mean, electrical capacity was one of those things that I discussed that we needed to address in the plan that was presented in March, because it's a problem for every corporate center that was built 20 or 30 years ago.
And David, why are other school districts that are in the same situation that we are and proceeding with these piecemeal improvements, finding when they get into their buildings to wire the buildings for LANs and WANs and just simple power, that they are finding that they are also having to upgrade other things too, like,
but not changing their source.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. I mean, let's just talk. We mentioned
new source though.
Yeah,
They're
let's
finding
talk
that
about
they're having to
a major difference. We're talking about the high school with excess electrical capacity. Now let's go talk about putting the same upgrades, and there's no space to do this in York Avenue. Let's put 60 computer workstations and a server and all its associated equipment somewhere in York Avenue. Art, do we have to upgrade the entire facility?
We upgrade from the utility pole in.
There you go. I mean, it's a major improvement, because that building was built so long ago that we would have to look at a complete electrical upgrade for that building. Fortunately, we have the capacity at the high school. York Avenue would be another case altogether. And it has to be done on a building-by-building basis as we move through the implementation of technology that only feeds off of electricity.
But see, those are the kinds of costs that we have to make the community aware of.
I think the point about the high school is the only costs we have are routing the capacity that we have in the high school to the IMC. When we build the addition, it will have an electrical source that will take care of that building to make sure. There's no way we can feed the new addition from our current electrical capacity.
No, I understand that,
building
and
will
that
have
was
that.
my point exactly, because that new addition is going to be housing quite a few computers, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
It will be designed for future, current and future needs.
It's designed to take you into the year 2030.
But we don't have to upgrade the power source at the high school to accommodate this IMC or other labs, as far as we can tell today.
As far as we can tell today,
Well,
that's my point.
What would we like to do? Upgrade it just for the hell of it?
No,
Because we
David,
think
what
we're
I'm
going to need it in the
saying is,
future?
no, it's not,
It
it's
is
not funny, John.
You can't project that.
Sure you
Come on.
can.
No,
Yes,
you
you
can't.
can. Yes, you
It's
can.
ludicrous to
My
even talk
point is,
about it.
why not run an
people
adjacent
that can,
power
John.
source from the new addition
You can't.
into the IMC and run this upgrade off of that?
We're crossing circuits all over the place.
It's ridiculous. You don't know what you're going to project for the future, Sharice. I mean, this is sufficient. You're going around in circles here.
The
This is
addition is a standalone facility that has hallway connections to it. Different electrical, I mean, we'll bring phone lines where we have to, we'll bring, hopefully, the eventuality of wide area networks when we can run them through conduits, but, I mean, if the building stood all by itself, it would have an electrical source to meet its needs. We wouldn't put one in 3 to 4 times the size for that independent building just to help out the high school. It just doesn't make any sense.
If it relieves you somewhat, we took a 1971 electric service. We took a 1971 electric service, and how many computer labs have we added, Dr. Cotter? How many labs do we have in the building?
Well, we have about 5 labs right now.
5 labs, and we had to do nothing special. I mean, there is capacity in the building, fortunately, from the original design. What I alluded to was that we have switchgear and breakers throughout the building that are no longer manufactured. I wish it was GE or Square D or one of the prominent manufacturers. Unfortunately, it's Federal Pacific, and they're out of business. But we have the capacity. I mean, every time you shut down, think about this, every time you shut down an industrial arts lab and go to a technology lab, we pick up great capacity. I mean, we're taking all heavy equipment out of there and replacing it with milliamp computers. And it just, I mean, coming into the building, we have the capacity to do it. And I can assure you, we will do it.
Okay, I just have one last question, and Pat can take it. Does anybody at the administrative level have any idea of the cost to the district to hook up these 60 workstations to the internet?
We can go back to the planned March. I'm sorry, I'm not the administration, but let me jump in here. We can go back to the March plan, and there was some estimates in here, and I don't have it with me.
I do.
But essentially, okay, go to the section that Bell Atlantic provided us with some estimates for creating a wide area network. We're not talking about that, but there is the ability to bring, they are an internet service provider. They are also a provider of the phone lines that would bring the internet to the buildings, and they are certainly capable of bringing the telephone switching equipment that would be required to hook this library to the internet. And I can say without a doubt, from the time that they had a purchase order to do this, that installation could probably be completed within 1 month.
And to add upon that, my understanding is that North Montco has a T1 dedicated line. They've offered to share that line with us and share the cost of that line. It's within a stone's throw from our building.
It gets better and better.
What's a T1 line, please?
It's a line dedicated to access the internet directly.
It's
So
the equivalent of 25 telephone lines in one wire.
Okay, is that into like an internet
It
service?
means high capacity at high speeds.
Okay. That's a dedicated, are they currently online using that?
Yes.
I believe they are, yes.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And how would we share in the cost of that?
No, we would connect to that line, and certainly they get a monthly billing, or I don't know exactly.
There's a
how to
monthly
bill them.
rental for a T1 line. And depending on the capacity that we use, we could share in it proportionately.
But then how are we billed for the students' access to the internet?
Now, you're talking about a single rate. They don't care how often you use it. You can be on 24 hours a day. You're buying one line that's open. It's your line. It goes from one point to another, and you're just paying a monthly rent on it.
Dedicated line.
No, I understand. I mean, people in their homes have a dedicated cost, but they're also getting charges on their phone bills,
You're thinking
too.
about two different ways. There's a charge to access the internet service provider. That is one monthly rate. The T1 is essentially, if you will, just your phone bill. So essentially, if you were at home, you would pay $19.95 for a flat rate to your internet service provider, and if you had to make a long-distance call, perhaps to call Princeton, New Jersey, because that was the only point that the internet service provider there, you'd also pay the long-distance bill to call Princeton, New Jersey to access your internet service provider. There's two components to it.
Okay, because I know that there has been some recent phone bills that have been received with phone calls to the phone company, finding out where these calls to Guyana came from, and it was explained to them that it was web page access.
T1 is point-to-point, dedicated, high-speed, high access. You pay, it goes here to there.
Okay.
You can't get on there and just say, I've got a faster link to Paris, France. Unless you set it up that way, and you need that. If you need 25 phone lines, you can set it up that way. But as essentially a T1 as a pipeline to your internet service provider, it's a different type of service.
Okay. Mr. Mosey.
Thank you. At the last meeting, we talked about bringing this back for this meeting. There were some things that I had asked. Mr. Weir, had you looked into any alternative funding? Because I know that some of our neighboring school districts have become very creative in funding their technology.
Any federal or state funds and most grants that I'm acquainted with and the discount rates currently being discussed called E-rate all require that we have a board-approved technology plan. So we do need, as any number of people have said over a period of time, we do need an approved technology plan in order to qualify.
It's the same thing I read. In conjunction with that, I know I asked for it when we hired the business manager and it fell on deaf ears, and I will ask again in this case. I think that we wait until we do bring a technology manager on board and get input and get feel for this individual. I agree with Mrs. Scheer that there should be some ownership, and I think that if we hire someone and who's qualified, or if she is qualified, whoever it may be, that's imperative before we move forward. I am concerned about training costs. They're not mentioned. I also know that the internet can get quite expensive. You can have a dedicated line or whatever, but it still can be expensive. These figures, Mr. Weir, that jumped from 288,000 to 297,000, what caused those to jump? Did you make some calls to some suppliers, or?
The people I'm working with advised me to adjust these numbers. I did not make calls to suppliers, no.
Okay. Were they the consultants?
And present staff, including the purchasing agent here in the business office.
All right. Because I would agree that if we're going to buy 60 computers, we're going to be able to do better than $2,500 a piece.
As I mentioned, we expect to.
I spoke to a consultant about this. In fact, I asked him after our last meeting to stop and pick a copy of the agenda and had the individual call me. And he felt that for what we want to do in the library, there are more effective cost savings. I also would like to point out that in conjunction with the article that I also have that Mrs. Krieger has, in case people understand, 3% of your annual budget for continuous support, this plan is going to amount to about 9 mils or 10 mils a year we're going to have to add to our budget, which I think is quite considerable, which has been glossed over, but we have to consider it because we have the power to raise taxes. The internet cost, the term I could not think of last time was the E-rate, and the E-rate will, according to the information I have, handle wiring and equipment and local area networking.
Provides for discounts, yes?
Correct.
Provides for discounts.
And they're saying it's going to be the first come, first served basis.
Starting
and
in January.
districts better get their act together, because once it's gone, there isn't going to be any more money left. They're not going to appropriate any more money.
But we have to commit to that which they want us to commit in order to qualify.
That's correct, and I think that's why technology manager, first things first, it's important to have this individual perhaps get involved and review perhaps David's plan, expound on it, and maybe upgrade it or whatever. But I think that's important that we have that individual on board. And I'm also concerned about the fact that consultants recommend that we undertake 2 large projects at the same time, because I'm referring to your memo on September 26th. And on page 3, they refer to areas that we must address as soon as possible. But they only list animation upgrade CSC building, the IMC upgrade, as information the technology group is currently, projects that the information technology group is currently working on. I don't see them listing it as an imperative do or die situation. But obviously, and I agree with Mrs. Krieger, there's probably 5 votes to put this on the agenda, and anything that I may say further would just fall on deaf ears, but I did want to make my points known, as I have a right to do as a board member, and that's all I have to say, Mrs. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And go to audience of citizens. Quickly, solicitor, should the items here on the cost proposals be put out to bid, is there any requirement to follow through with any purchasing? For example,
We can reject any
No,
of all
the
bids.
answer
Thank
to
you.
your question is that bids upon being received, as long as there's not fraud in the bidding process, can always be rejected. In an abundance of caution, you would put the right to reject right in the specifications that were sent out, and that would be sort of belt and suspenders.
okay. So if the project increased or decreased, then it doesn't preclude any understanding under the bid process?
You would always be able to reject and rebid, or reject and not purchase.
Okay, so what the administration or the board is looking for then is to move ahead in the bid process? Is that specifically it?
Yes.
Anything else you're looking for?
Well, there's some implicit planning that goes along. There's continued planning that goes along with it as you're preparing for the bid process. I mean, one is not isolated from the other. There's
Well,
ongoing-
obviously, the specs on
Ongoing
specifications for the computers themselves have to be drafted and...
Surely.
Okay, and as far as the electrical work, the T&M that you have here for the 35,000, are you looking to proceed?
Well, I think we need direction. If we're not going to have anything to plug in, I won't proceed. If we are, I will in a timely fashion, only because it's going to take us a long while to be ready for January.
Okay, that's essentially what I'm asking you for, in terms of time.
I need to start the work. I mean, we're going to do this after hours and preferably on weekends.
Okay, the work would take how many days or how many man-hours?
Oh, I'd have to go back to my original notes to
Okay,
determine.
because something drove $35,000, that's what I'm asking.
Right, we projected hours.
Okay. I would like to add a new committee to the board while I'm still president. The committee will be for community and schools business partnerships. Much has been said about seeking alternative funding measures for technology and for computers in the classroom. Most of that has been laid at the feet of the administration to do themselves, but it's going to need a little board cooperation. I have asked and have checked with Mrs. Scher if that is something that she would wish to do. She agreed that it's something that she has supported before. Mr. Mosey is on finance also, if he would join her, and you're willing to do that?
I really appreciate, actually, I know I discussed this and said that if we sit back and wait any longer, we're going to be running around chasing our tails 2 years from now as we argue out the ideas of what we'd like to place in our schools versus how are we going to pay for it. And read about the email, and we can read about the PUC opportunities, and we can consider some of the business partnerships that might be developed along the same lines as MISE or what have you. But unless we start knocking on those doors and start doing the research to pull that information together to see what are those outside funding opportunities to help give us a picture of how much is within the affordability of this community, what's out there in opportunities for free line service. David, what was mentioned here with North Monco is something to be explored, as well as what are some of the relationships with businesses that Adelphia and Upper Dublin have for free telephone service and everything. We're all there's sticker shock out there among some segments of this community, and we've pretty much ignored the revenue side, except to say, here's the plan, here's the millions of dollars we're going to need, and then it's dropped on us to figure out how we're going to pay for it or leave it up to the community. Just assume we're talking, 16 mils of real estate taxes. So I appreciate that opportunity, and I'd like to have the levity to perhaps seek members of the community who have special skills and talents in this area, as well as that have demonstrated an interest in seeing technology move forward to, for those that have been spending, it'd be nice to have some volunteerism on the end of trying to save this community money and making technology more affordable. I mean, we may find that we'll be able to advance at twice the pace if we can flesh out this aspect of it.
This committee will appear in front of the agenda, and every action meeting, a report will be requested starting next Thursday, so maybe there's something that can be dug up between now and then. But it'll appear on the agenda for every Thursday, every action meeting.
I'd like Aaron to let Scott Krause know I'm asking him.
I would just like to say that I will serve on that committee with Mrs. Scherer, but also in the job description, this is the technology manager's responsibility.
We will have him on board.
But he's not here.
I know, but that's why I keep saying. We're going to approve something and go forward with a project, and we don't have a guy on board to have any input or honcho to that.
Mr. Hopkins, how are we for time? 5 minutes? Okay, why don't you switch the tape now, and then we'll come back to audience and citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, we had with us tonight some folks from the Knapp neighborhood. God bless them. They sat here all night waiting for Knapp to come up on the agenda. Art, please, if you would. You did a great job over there next to the high school, meeting with the neighborhoods there. If you do the same for these folks, I'd appreciate it very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us tonight. Okay, there were some more board comments. Mr. Weitz.
I don't usually ask for things for myself. In this particular case, I need some closure. I'd like to formally request, and I think it is one of my prerogatives as a school board member, to request that an item be placed on the agenda for Thursday night, and I'd like an up or down vote on the plan that was submitted in March of this year. I think we finally need to have a discussion. I need to understand what the objections are. The plan has never been discussed, and I think that at this point, the only way that we're going to find out what the objections are to the plan as written is to put it on the agenda, and that is my formal request. By the way, that is completely separate from the issue of the high school. I want to make that very clear. That is completely separate topic.
Are you talking the $4.3 million thing?
Yes, I am. Presented on March 17th of this year.
How can we put that on an action meeting without, as you said,
It was presented.
discussion?
It was presented at a work session in March of this year, 6 months without any further discussion and no closure. I think this community deserves to know why the plan has not been voted on and what the very specific concerns are. It already has been presented at a work session.
Dave, can I ask you a question in regards to your plan? Item B in it, under curriculum.
I don't have it with me.
Well, I know, but it states here that in 1990, an instructional technology strand for the years 90 to 95 was developed.
Yes.
I've never seen that.
I believe it was one of the appendices to the plan. It's an old Xerox copy.
I don't have it. What I have is the action plans in here, that were completed by the Technology Action Committee? during
No,
the
they were
during the
recommended
strategic
actions.
plan?
There's nothing in that plan that has been,
No, I understand that, but there is no appendice here about,
well, if it's not in the district's record, certainly I have it, and I'll be happy to make that available for distribution. It was not a very extensive document.
okay, could you clarify if that report was simply about technology equipment?
No, it was about what should be taught in our schools at the time, from 1990.
Goal 1,
Yeah.
technology.
Goal 1, you know, when keyboarding is taught, things like that.
I don't have that, I don't have a Goals 1 book. that
I didn't
deals
say it
with
was goals 1,
technology.
I said it was just one of those things that was part of that planning process, and it just said, when is keyboarding going to be taught? And I think at the time it started in 7th grade, you know, something like that. That's what it was. And it was written in 1989, and it was a 5-year plan for teaching technology. And for the most part, many of the things that are in there are still going on today.
When was that, when was that written?
1989,
When was it submitted to the board?
1990.
Were you on the board then?
Nope.
Was that
It
approved
was
by the
just one of
board, or
those
was it
many
just presented?
documents I happened to collect.
Was it ever, it was never brought before the board?
Oh, it
when you were-
absolutely was.
Yeah.
It
When
was
you were, when
adopted.
you were on before?
It was adopted.
Oh.
Ken, could you?
It was a 5-year
Can we
plan.
get that, please? Because I would just like to have it as
I've already made the
reference.
note.
1990 to
I don't think-
1995, it was a 5-year
And,
plan. I mean, that's why we're teaching that's why we're teaching keyboarding where we're teaching it today, where we're teaching word processing where we're teaching it today. What we're doing today
Yeah, but
is
they-
from a plan that was written in
But I
1989.
know, but there's no Goals 1 technology
No, no.
thing, so.
It was part of a planning process, that's all it was.
I mean, is there, Ken?
I mean, in 1990, this district was
I
well
don't know
ahead
whether I'm
of
going to
the
look tonight or
technology
tomorrow morning,
curve.
but I'm going to find something.
Because you gave me all the curricular areas, and I have all the Goals 1,
You have all those notebooks?
remember? You brought them out to my car on a cart.
I do as a matter of fact.
All right, folks,
So again,
you made a request.
I made a formal request.
There was a work session on the matter in March.
There was.
5 people did not move it to an agenda. To move it from status that it currently held.
Well, if I'm not
to
mistaken, it
the
doesn't
agenda.
necessarily take 5 people to move it to an agenda. I'm making the request, I'd like
Oh.
to see it on the agenda, whatever we decide, I mean, but usually it doesn't take a majority to move an item to an agenda.
Other business.
Well, then you know
Get that
what?
consensus.
Other
You know
business.
what, then I've been fooled for a long time, because I
Yeah.
was told that by Davis, I was told that by Bowman,
There are
I've been
many
told that
things
by
on our
everybody.
agendas that we
it
don't
took
vote on
5
that are just
people.
brought here. I mean, the administration brings items to our agenda, board members bring items to the agenda. I don't know where we've ever had to vote on an entire agenda to say that each topic in each green sheet is going to be brought forward. I mean, there are just many things that are at the prerogative of board members and the president, as far
Okay.
as I know.
Okay, let me go to the audience of citizen solicitor. Would you check that from our policy book or from school code or whatever? I was always under the impression that 5 people move things. Tommy? Okay. As president, that's what you always understood? 5 people put stuff on the agenda? Okay.
But still, David has a valid point when he says things to a people. I mean,
I can
certainly
answer the question.
administrators have placed things on the agenda.
Yeah, but not board members. There's a lot of things I'd like to put on the agenda.
Well, let me
Okay.
answer your question. The issue as to whether it is placed on the agenda may be something that you have as a policy, and it may be something that you have as a practice. As a practical matter, anyone is entitled to make a motion at the meeting. That can be done under the other business section of the agenda. And if someone decides to do that, then it requires a second. Once it gets a second, then it can be debated and ultimately can be voted upon. So there's no way that if a board member makes a motion and that motion is seconded, it will automatically go to a vote. There's no way that you would stop that. There are no legal requirements other than the advertising requirements that are contained in Pennsylvania law with respect to bringing a matter before the school board. Now, as a matter of policy or as a matter of practice, whether you require 5 board members to give you information in order to formally type it on the agenda as opposed to bringing it up under other business may be a matter of practice or policy, and I'd have to review your policy book with respect to that. But if you want to bring the matter before the board and you have a motion and a second, it can be done, notwithstanding what your policy book may say.
And at this point, I guess I'm just viewing it by making it a request that it's a courtesy to the other board members to understand that it will come up. And I expect that there will be a discussion about it. So it can either come up that way, or I will twist somebody's arm to second my motion.
It won't be that hard for you. Okay, thank you for fair warning. Mr. Gordon, before you begin, I too, like Mr. White's, kept a note of your suggestion about the size of a workstation, and you had a very down-to-earth, common sense approach to book bags and this and that and whatever, and I noted that, remembered it myself, and appreciate your comment on that last time we met. Made a lot of good sense.
Thank you, and H. Bruce Gordon, Montgomery Township, thank you too for remembering that, and I hope it's considered. Certainly looking at the plan, I see that the floor plan hasn't changed, and so my concerns are still there. How many students you're going to be able to get into those computers, knowing that they're not just going to necessarily work on projects one-to-one. So please consider that when you're bidding out and specifying the workstation and the furniture that is necessary in the IMC. With regards to the lack of training included in here, there was a comment made tonight that no training was considered. I believe, and I was here at the meeting on September 23rd, and I believe the presentation by the librarians was such that they are going to work closely with the teachers who are bringing their full classes into the library to work at those computers and learn how to use them appropriately and tie them into their education programs. If some board members didn't hear that, that's what I heard, and I guess we could go back to the videotape and check that, but I thought that was the plan. Ideally, yes, you formalize the plan and you do some training and so on, but without that, with the willingness of the librarians, and they seem very willing and very accepting of this technology, I look forward to them working with full classrooms at a time in the IMC to get this started. We need to start somewhere. We can't wait any longer. If the plan that David presented in March, which I believe is also based on the strategic plan that the community of citizens developed back when the district was developing various strategic plans, I believe that's part and parcel of David's plan. That is certainly a place to start for a technology plan to help you get towards this E-rate money. Let's do it. Let's get started. That plan, I remember those meetings. We met many nights in the middle school. I think we were meeting every other week, 20-odd people getting together, laying out all details of implementing technology in this district. It is a great place to start, certainly a starting place. But if you start with that, you can certainly build upon it, calling upon resources that can be brought to bear. Let's do it. Let's get going here. With regards to certainly not putting out open-ended numbers here, the bids will need to get real specific on what kind of computers. You don't want anybody walking in with a price tag. That would be my goal, to walk into a store and say, okay, if my wife let me, I have $2,500 to spend, let's see what I can buy. Certainly better that the school district go out and bid and say, well, I need a 200 megahertz machine, I need 32 mega RAM, and so on and so forth. So that'll be good to get that specified there. And I think that was it. Please move ahead on this. It's very ambitious to get this in by beginning of the year. God bless you all if this happens. And I'm glad that the capacity is in our school, in our high school, for this. We don't need to think about spending millions of dollars to upgrade all of the electrical system when that capacity is already there. So let's utilize it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gordon. Anybody else, please? Yes, sir. I was going to tell him that.
He knows that.
I may have heard this here from somebody in the board in the past, but if I did, I'm sorry for cribbing from you. But I want to point out, again, the thing that I've seen and heard several times about what's really coming up with the secondary school of not the future but the present. And that is that we haven't put the things in yet which are really obsolescent. we have 2 labs set for the new high school. With any kind of luck, the computers won't be in those labs. They'll be in the classrooms. They'll be in the workstations and maybe laptops going home. With any kind of luck, the 5 labs that you've got in the high school won't be there. They'll be at the learning spots, and you won't have that sterile situation. Now, that's just talking about much more money and so on, but this is where industry's going. This is where the people are going, and this is where the kids should be able to go. It's a little bit like trying to go from learning how to write ABC and touch typing. It's at least that kind of a jump. So this is good. This is a good start, but for crying out loud, stop thinking oxen and wooden wheels and pennies.
Okay, anybody else, please? Okay. Very good. It's my understanding that the wish from the recommendation is that this move to the agenda for next Thursday for seeking bids on the items mentioned on the proposal list. Board consensus around, Mr. Clemens? Mr. Weitz? Mrs. Scher?
I'm just confused that if he's going to introduce a $4.3 million plan that he wants to have voted on, and then we've got this library technology plan, in what order are we going to do this? Are we, how do we go in 2 different directions at the same time on the same night?
The beauty of it is it's not 2 different directions. This was always part of the other plan.
David, what will we be pulling out? This exact plan?
No.
This exact plan? Was it part of the $27 million plan or the $4.3 million plan?
We're talking about a plan, and you're trying to throw the implementation of an upgrade to a library and saying that you're attaching the dollars to a plan. We're talking about a plan. The plan didn't spend any money. The plan said, this is our goals, this is our vision, this is how we're going to go about it. The money that was put in that plan was an estimation, the best possible estimation for those things that would be required. It was always in there that we would do an upgrade to the ESC, our student record system, our financial systems, upgrades to the libraries, adding these things in. This was part of it. This is an action step. This would have been part of the plan. We are talking about, do you buy into the vision and the steps it takes to accomplish a plan?
If you're going to do both of those, can you tell me?
It's not both of those. One is a plan and one is an action step.
Do we take this and deduct these exact dollars basically here from what you're talking about with your other? And you don't believe that this community, in order to have the right to remonstrate, should have any revisiting of that $4.3 million? I know it was pulled from the table because there were administrators who said it wouldn't fly. Not because of board votes, that there were still missing gaps in it, that there was missing aspects of the plan that had to still be tied together.
Let me interrupt just.
Okay, fine.
If he's going to bring it to the table, let's vote about it.
You want to know whether or not to bring this forward. My personal view is, my only condition is I like the plan. I would like the technology manager to be here for input and ownership of the plan.
This is for the bids.
But
this is to put the bids,
it's
for them to go to bid.
Yeah, and as I said, with the materials, I would like him to be here. If this board feels that it'd rather move ahead of the technology manager that's being interviewed for now, that's your option, but personally, I just felt his input, there should be an input from the professional that's going to be responsible for driving our technology plans or purchases.
Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Mr. Allen?
Put it on the agenda.
I think it's...
Mrs. Krieger?
I just have a question for David. I just was looking through this thing again here, and I saw right here it says...
About the library.
No, I understand. Oh, about going out for bid?
On the library, right?
Because what is in this plan with the library upgrades, it doesn't concur with what's on the table today. Absolutely not. I've read this thing 3 times. More than that since March, but 3 times in the last couple of weeks. It's not real specific in this plan, but there are other things that are real specific.
A plan
In
is
answer to your question though, Donna, about going out for bid, On this, I agree, Vicki. Not till we have a technology coordinator that can take ownership of this thing, because we're flying by the seat of our pants right now, and I'm tired of doing it that way.
I agree. Man should be here.
Okay.
Or woman.
He'll come next week.
Folks, I understood this simply as committee wanting to get real bid prices, or bid prices as they will appear the day they arrive. They might not be the same 2 weeks later. But to fine-tune this list. A technology manager here to oversee this list would be great. He or she is not here. Allowing the administration to go forward to get better prices than the ones here is not unreasonable in its movement. I support it going on the agenda for next week to put it out to bid. And there's no minutes being taken, but Mr. Schilling is not here.
Ms. Mingle, I have one question. Since when in the last 2 years that I've been here have we ever put anything out for bid and it not come back for a formal vote for expenditure? Fine-tuning, we have no business putting anything out for fine-tuning unless we have a
vans and
technology.
buses go out, and then it came back,
Art's
and we
here.
went with leasing instead of purchasing.
But Art's here. Did Pat go out for bid? Did Pat bring it forward and say we need to go out for bid?
You gave me an example of something that came forward that was changed. You asked for an example of something that came forward but then was changed later. We had prices on vans and buses. The board changed its direction and decided to go with leasing.
I understand that.
That's why I checked with the solicitor. It was very clear that we are not obligated to buy because we went out seeking prices.
I understand that. But my point is, the administrator responsible for that department brought that request forward. We don't have an administrator in charge of technology right now.
We're not in charge of technology right now, but we do have Dr. Cotter and Mr. Weir and Dr. Bose that have brought this recommendation forward. We're not buying, and I don't think the option is to do nothing.
We're saying doing nothing, Donna. We're just asking to do it in the right manner. You're putting the cart before the horse. And we don't have Mr. Nyman here anymore because he wasn't utilized to the capacity he was supposed to be utilized for. He was a fix-it man.
Well, Sharice, simultaneously we have interviews ongoing for hopefully a technology manager.
Can we move on? We agreed to put it on the agenda. Let's move on.
Yes, we did. Personnel, administrative compensation, Mr. Bose.
I won't take long to comment, and it's really a request that you thoughtfully reconsider your position on adjusting administrators' compensation. I believe we've learned enough as a result of discussions directly with representatives of the administrators, and I know our board president is prepared to schedule a meeting to talk directly with either all the administrators or representatives of them about this topic. I believe it is critical to the school district, and I believe it's well within our level of affordability in terms of restoring 1% to what would have been a 2% adjustment. I know you will give this thoughtful consideration, and I know as you approach that meeting that President Mingle will schedule, you'll be prepared to have dialogue directly with those who can express their views on it and share with you a perspective that might not otherwise be available to you. So I'll curtail these remarks by simply urging you to consider adjusting your previous decision in the light of what we've learned since the budget was adopted in June of '97. Thank you.
Excuse me, is that something that will be on the agenda then for next week?
No, I'm suggesting that you consider doing it in preparation for the meeting directly with administrators.
Okay.
So you hear from them as to what their views are on the topic. And be prepared as a result of that if you're persuaded to reconsider your previous decision.
Okay, very good. Each of
I
you
would be
do,
prepared to recommend that, Mr. Allen, but I do think we ought to have that conversation since it's already been promised and accepted.
Thank you.
Or requested, I should say.
sure. Before you is a green sheet that has a list of possible dates. Please check off as many of those days as you could possibly meet. We do need 2 days, one for administrative evaluation and one to meet with the NPAA. So we need 2 nights of your time. Okay, other.
The next item should go rather quickly. I'm requesting the board president to appoint 3 board members to a boundary change task force to work with administrative staff and parent representatives in preparation for adjusting the boundaries of Montgomery, Bridle Path, and Gwen Noor Elementary Schools pursuant to our goal to enlarge Knapp Elementary School and provide for some immediate relief in those 3 elementary schools which now have larger enrollments than we would wish and would enable us to make those adjustments openly and effectively and in advance of the availability of additional facilities. So you might do that at a later date, Madam President, but you might give some thought to which 3 board members would get that assignment.
2 things have to prevail. One, we need to know, be updated on the NAP situation and where we're at and what that timeline looks for Art and the rest of us as a district. And also, I want to see the results, of course, of the upcoming election. We could appoint 3 people next week, and that could be different. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Also, boundary changes, we have to know if that's going to be a real concern, and it's contingent on how well NAP moves along. Go ahead.
Pursuant also to the planning that will be embodied in the consideration of the NAP project as well as the boundary changes that go hand in hand with that, I'm requesting the board to authorize the commission of a new Pell long-range enrollment projection. Pell, as you know, is in this business, serves a variety of school districts from throughout the state, considers birth rates, housing starts, developmental questions in terms of residents, and other matters that would enable us to have a fresh set of figures. Our previous Pell data is now 6 or more years old, and as we face some important decisions, it would be helpful to have some enrollment projections that we found at the mid and low range reliable. And of course, we'll expect the same kind of service previously received in terms of 3 levels of projection which we can track for accuracy. Doesn't require any action. I'd like to put it on the agenda for you to consider as an action item when you meet on the 23rd.
What's the cost associated with that? Do you have an idea?
I think we can negotiate it. It's in a range, somewhere in a range of $8,000 to $15,000. I think we can negotiate it, as well as explore other agencies that might provide the same service. I'm using Pell, but it could be done by the university. We've already talked to one agency, and that was the agency that Mr. Bartle employed in the secession hearing as an expert witness, and I think we discovered already that fee would be too great for that agency, so we'll look around for another one.
Dr. Bose, I'd like to suggest that the Montgomery County Planning Commission's Office can also give us the same exact information.
Enrollment projections or resident projections?
Growth projections, birth projections, housing starts.
Will they give us a student enrollment projection? I know they do population projections.
I think that there is a
certainly making
portion of the information that comes from them that deals with students.
The Department of Ed does projections. We had them in
Oh,
the
that's
back
right.
of our original high school, the original 70 million, 45 million, one of the plans had Department of Ed projections in the back. They're accessible and available to districts. They also break down what they expect your VOTEC population to be. They've actually been, I guess, the margin of error has been no greater than that of the PELs. My feeling, if you're looking for where we stand on this to plan for the action meeting, is given the fact that the PELs have been renewed every 3 years, we go out and we throw $8,000 out for 10-year projections, which we have historically always renewed every 2 to 3 years. If you're going to, accept the fact that all you're buying is a 3-year projection, the data is here within our community. They are not the creators of information. They are the retrievers of information that come right here from the local level. And quite frankly, to formulate a 3-year projection that can match the PELs with its 50% margin of error in student growth rate.
That's not accurate.
Yes, David?
50%?
David, if you look...
It's not accurate.
David, when you talk about the addition, we pay them to tell us how many additional students we're going to have from one year to another. When we discuss these issues, everybody wants to put it up against the whole population of the school. If someone tells you you're going to have 300 students between the 96 school year and your 97 school year, and you get 150 students, have they not been wrong by 50?
No, it has not been wrong by 50%. It has been less than 10% for any study that they've done.
Only when you're considering against your whole student body. In the projections of how many new students we will get from one year to another, they have dropped to 50%.
It is not 50%.
It
is not a 50% error. It is just not 50%.
I think we lost the thread.
Okay,
here.
nonetheless, where we were was, Dr. Bose, I'd like to consider that we work towards updating our enrollments if we're looking for some projections through the community's municipal relations, all of these most of our major growing municipalities, they all have planning commissions that have this data right there. I think birth rates are no problem at all, the Montgomery County Planning Commission, and that's one of your major factors within the PELs. Even if we keep the PELs that we have for now and look to see how the actual birth rate is by comparison to what they were using at the time, we've got birth rates all the way through for the 5 years of kindergarten enrollment, and I'd just like to say that I'd like to give it until at least the spring or so, or look towards this Department of Ed, because our history with the PELs, I think everyone can defend them all you want, but you can't sit and defend them and then go back every 3 years and say they're no good, we need to get new ones. I mean, something's wrong with that double message.
It's called an update.
Well,
For $8,000?
Well, if you
An
want to do it
update?
internally, who's going to do the work here, and what will it cost us based on their hourly
David, we
rate?
can do an update through,
Who will
as
do
Vicki
it?
has said.
Who will do it?
Through the Department
Department
of
of Ed has.
Who will compile it? We just said that the PEL goes to different sources, compiles the information, presents us with a report. Who in this administration has the time to do that?
David, the
Is a board member going to do it?
You
have to go to all these sources, and it's labor to compile that amount of statistics and put it into a cogent report. Who's going to do that?
David, we have a census that we're required to file with the state that's done every
It's not
March,
going to tell you
right
about
now.
retention ratios. It's not going to tell you, you can go for the housing starts. You can do all of those. Who's going to do it?
The Department-
At what cost? Who's going to do it?
Tom, would you help me here? The Department of Ed, did we not look through those figures, and the Department of Ed provided to this district the projections, the enrollment projections, and they sat right there, and between us all, we looked at them, and actually the accuracy rate, I think that...
Are you volunteering to compile the report?
No, the Department of Ed has them, and they file them. They do it.
It's on the back of the
I'm not
proposed second
compiling
high school. It might even be back. It might even be on the back of the addition to this high school, an updated PDE, which it is.
And I believe, Art, you retrieved them from the Department of Ed to have placed in the folder, correct?
But if I remember 5, 6 years back, listening to board meetings, people were, don't listen to the Pennsylvania Department of Ed, listen to the PEL. And back then, and I remember that comment that you made, Vicki, that as of, I'd say over the last 5 years, the Pennsylvania Department of Ed numbers have been pretty darn close.
Yes,
Well, then if we have faith in
But
them,
in
then
defense
that's
of the
like another.
PEL, also, we've been real close between the low and the mid. If you would take the last, and I think it was 93 or 94 when we did the last one. If you look at the low and the mid numbers and take an average of the two, we're real close to being right in between. So that I'm not going to debate what the margin of error is, but bottom line is if you line up the last PDE we got, and you take the low and the mid of the PEL, they're pretty darn close to each other. I know that.
Okay, what I'm saying is we've gone year to year, then it drifts further and further apart because, of course, the difference becomes rather cumulative in impact. My only, thank you, Tom, at least, I mean, the Department of Ed does provide projection numbers. They are there, they exist, they're free of charge, well, they're paid by the state taxpayers. I mean, the whole bureaucracy is paid by the taxpayers, so essentially we've paid for those services and the staff that's already doing this work.
Okay,
I'd like us to at least see those numbers first.
I will look at a variety of sources, including PDE, if it still has a staff to do that, because the staff, as you might know, is considerably smaller in 1997 than the last time it produced a report for us.
Dr. Bose, also check with the Montgomery County Planning Commission. That would,
Yes.
idea, Sharice, would you call on that too?
I will do that. The next item is to tell you that the MISE workshop for school board members from New Jersey and Pennsylvania, that involves three New Jersey school districts and North Penn in Pennsylvania, has a woeful attendance rate at this point. The MISE leadership tells me of its disappointment that it hasn't heard from any North Bend board members. At this point, I'm passing this on only because I was asked to, and because I think you think this project is important enough that if you can consider your calendars and tell me if any of you can go to that workshop, I need to let Dr. Paravano know by Friday.
Dr.
Thank
Bose,
you.
I'm planning right now today to go. It's on my calendar, but I wasn't planning to send in my request until I got closer to the date because of all my personal family obligations.
It's not my workshop, Mrs. Krieger. It's MISE's, and
They called in to check.
they
Sounds
need
like they're
for
disappointed.
planning purposes to know how many are attending. They needed to know by the 26th of September. I think that was the deadline. Okay.
Okay.
The next item, I think I'll defer to Mr. Hill, has to do with policy.
Right. At the last board meeting, we had three policies we were having the second reading on, and one policy, 9356, there was some concern brought up regarding that policy. And that was concern was basically if we have a bond for 20 years, whatever we purchase with that bond should last at least those 20 years. Whether that what we purchase with that bond, whether it be a building or building improvements or anything else, that equipment or that building should last at least the length of the bond. We want to buy something to last 2 years, and so to rewrite that or to clarify that in a more concise manner, Solicitor Mr. Bartle has redone the policy. I've read it. I believe it covers. You all have copies of it. If there is no concerns about it, I guess my question is then, we did have a reading of this policy under different wordage. Is this considered, if we read this next Thursday meeting, is this considered a second reading in any case?
I would have to check your policy book, but I would think not. I would think that because we've reworded the policy, I would think that it would require.
This will be a first reading.
This will be a first reading.
All right. So this would be a first reading of this policy, so there's no point to question it then unless it's a first reading. It'll give you a chance between this one and the next one to make any corrections or modifications. And if you have some question modification, before Thursday, let us know. But I think it covers that item. One other item I want to bring to your attention. There was a concern brought to my attention regarding the board's policies in regard to using students or administrators for TV work related to things that are not directly for the benefit of the school system. Is it something that's going to enhance the curriculum, enhance the students' work in some way or other? We've had our solicitors take a look at that too. Sweet, Stevens, Tucker, and Kratz have looked at that and understand our concerns are in that area to make sure that what we may have done in the past is the right thing to do or not the right thing to do, but what we really should be doing in the future. And they have written a letter, which you all have a copy of, dated October 14th, which can be put in, which is available to the public also. I think if there's an interest in it, that clearly states their position in this, and which says that we should cease and desist in the future from using our facilities for anything other than it's directly related to students' activities. And I would actually look at that, and I think that this probably could be covered by an administrative regulation rather than a policy. I think it would be the best way to handle this and to make sure that that's carried out. That's all I have.
I have a question, if I could.
Yes, you can.
For the reading.
Time's up.
Okay, good. Can I?
Go ahead.
Could we have a real thorough definition for this policy 9356 of what is meant by capital improvements or projects? The first thing that comes to my mind is buses. Are they something that are a capital improvement?
If they last 20 years.
Or project? Well, what about what if somebody wanted to buy 7-year buses? Can they get a 7-year bond? Or does that go against policy? And I'm trying to find out exactly what capital improvements or projects includes and does not include.
I'll let Mr. Bartle speak to this, but let me just give him my input and let him correct me, is that what this is saying is that whatever bond, normally we get 20-year bonds. It's never been a policy, it's never been in the North Penn School District to go to 5-year, 10-year, or 7-year bonds. If you start that, I think if you start that process, it digs your indebtedness quite fast. But I think the criteria with this policy is saying whatever the bond that you get, whatever you purchase with that bond should last as long as that bond does.
I agree with that, but it also says it is specific about what it's for, and I want to know if that precludes certain items.
It doesn't preclude anything as long as it lasts.
I'm asking.
It says capital improvement. It says funds for capital improvements or projects. It really implies anything that as long as it lasts the length of the bond.
Let Mr. Bartle answer.
Yep.
If you're going to rewire, Frank, why don't you speak to that?
Okay. I think I understand your question, Bill. I think essentially what you're saying is, could the district finance through bonds the purchase of buses? That's basically it. I think the answer to that is clearly yes. First of all, the way that this policy is written is that it says, in any case where the district finances through the issuance of bonds an expenditure of funds for capital improvements or projects. Now, I would consider that a capital improvement, or more appropriately, maybe a capital project, including but not limited to, and it talks about improvements to existing facilities, the construction of new facilities. The payback period, the term of the bond issue, shall not exceed the expected useful life of the asset or assets improved or acquired by the expenditure. So whatever asset we're acquiring, in that case buses, whatever the useful life of the bus is, the term of the bond should be no more than that. Further, notwithstanding the useful life of the asset or assets in question, in no case shall the term of the bond issue exceed 20 years. Obviously, that wouldn't be applicable to a bus. The issuance of long-term bonds to finance current operations is strictly prohibited. Basically, you're talking about the your year-to-year obligations, if you will. You will not finance those through long-term bonds. However, the district may incur debt through the issuance of long-term bonds for the purpose of refunding prior bond obligations, provided there is significant savings to the district in the transaction. Even if it were the case, and I don't think it would be the case, but if it were the case that a bus purchase was, or buses purchase was not determined to be a capital project, then the policy wouldn't apply. In other words, that's the way it's written. It gives the board that flexibility.
Okay, thank you.
I get that. Our concerns were the same the first time that I raised it.
Right.
Bill used buses, I used computers.
Right.
But I guess it comes to the definition, is there a legal definition of capital improvements, capital projects? I guess that's really what it comes down to, is it broad enough to address itself that if it is an item to be purchased with capital dollars, we're covered?
I think the answer to that is clearly yes, David, but just in an abundance of caution, if you take a look at the way that the policy is worded, it's clearly the intent of the board to say that whenever you're purchasing over a term, that the term not exceed the useful life of whatever it is that you're purchasing. If it were the case that you were purchasing computers and someone were to determine that it was not a capital improvement and it was not a capital project, then the policy wouldn't apply at all.
And who makes that determination?
Well, I would think that the board would make the determination at the appropriate time. I think it's clear that computers are a capital improvement, or I should say a capital project. I would think that it would be clearly a capital project. But again, you would still be safe, because if you determined that it was not a capital project, then the policy wouldn't apply. You see the way we've changed the wording of it. It says any case where the district finances through the issuance of bonds and expenditure of funds for capital improvements or projects. We changed that wording around. So if someone defines it sometime in the future as not being a capital project, then the policy doesn't apply.
So it has no weight. Is that what you mean by that?
No, I think that the argument has to be that the purchasing of computers or the purchasing of buses or equipment or whatever the case may be is a capital project, and I'm very comfortable that it is. But in an abundance of caution, we've changed the language in the policy itself.
Since this was generated from finance, and certainly Don facilitated his policy to carry this forward, to tell you the truth, our caution was to prevent the abuse of bond money for short life items.
Right.
So in the caution that's come out of the last discussion, I think the purpose has been defeated in the policy.
Exactly.
First of all, let me ask you this. If we have $5 million sitting in a bond that has 3 years left on its life, can the remaining $5 million sitting there for for just a 3-year amortization before it's paid down be used for items that qualify as capital projects and have 3 years lifespan to them?
Well, you're asking me two different questions. You're asking about a bond refunding on the one hand. In other words, that money has already been expended. And then on the other hand, you're talking about an expenditure for a capital project.
No, if we had $3 million worth of bond money.
If you had $3 million.
Or $5 million, I'm sorry.
$5 million of debt. In other words, a bond obligation already existing. Is that what you're asking me?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. That
of bond money.
Okay.
Available for spending.
In other words, it could have been a bond issue, that it was a 20-year bond issue, there was $5 million left that didn't get expended.
Or it had been refunded.
What if you wanted to buy a computer capital project where the useful life of the computers was only 3 years, but the money was borrowed for 20? Could you do it?
Not
within the life of the bond, remaining amortization.
Well, the way I read it,
well, hold on.
It's remaining
It says right
amortization.
Wait a minute.
It says the payback period.
All right, wait a minute.
Not only that, but it says including but not limited to improvements to existing facilities. I call what they're doing at the IMC an improvement to that facility.
That's even more major than I'm worried about. I'm worried back to the microscopes and the projectors and the gym pads.
No, I think it's pretty clear that it says that the payback period shall not exceed the expected useful life of the asset or assets improved or acquired by the expenditure.
Computers don't last 20 years.
Well, that may be, and then you wouldn't buy them out of something where it was financed for a 20-year period.
So the payback period isn't whatever the remaining
That's
payback
something that
period
we
is?
understand, but a future board may not.
Well, I think it's written to say that, though. If you read it, it says, in any case where you finance through the issuance of bonds, the payback period, that's the term of the bond issue, shall not exceed the expected useful life of the asset or assets improved or acquired by the expenditure.
And
it's pretty clear that what we've done there is we've matched up the useful life with the term of the bond. Now, if it is the case that bond money was borrowed, in order to borrow that, you're going to have some schedule in there as to what you expended that money for. In other words, you just can't go out for a bond and take bond money and hold it in reserve. There has to be something that you propose to buy. Now, you may change your plan with respect to that, but I would then suggest that that what you do purchase has to be of useful life of at least that which is the remaining term on the bond.
Well, that's what I mean, the remaining term of the bond. That's what I'm trying to get to, Frank, is whether it's the original term, in other words, 20-year bond, but we have bonds that have 3 years left on the remaining payback period. Can an item with a 5-year expected useful life then be purchased, given the fact that the remaining payback period is 3 years?
Yeah, if you're paying it back, if the payback period,
amortization matches the years, then the years doesn't matter.
That's exactly right. In other words, as I understand the policy that you want a policy whereby the useful life of that which is being purchased has to be at least the length of the bond issue or the then bond term. In other words, you did not want to be expending funds for something that was going to be used up in a short period of time while you continued the debt. This policy accomplishes that.
That part is correct. The other aspect was that it was not being used for miscellaneous items, which I know that there are federal regulations that say what supplies are and what they are by equipment. But I have the paperwork and data that I could send up there to show that this has been a past practice that has occurred routinely. And another board can come in here come December, and if they want to change the policy to go back to passing this debt on to our children, they're perfectly free to and have the right to do that. But when this policy was being initiated, it was to close the door on 2 fronts, to tighten and provide clarity as to the significance of the projects, as well as the life of the item being and the bond debt being commensurate. The life of the bond. Those are aspects that we wanted to take care of. But to have a 1-year bond and you've got 1 year left and it's $1 million doesn't make it right to go out and buy groceries with it or to buy your 1-year items. I know what equipment means, Frank, but I'm saying.
Read the beginning of the second paragraph. The issuance of long-term bonds to finance current operations is strictly prohibited. I don't know how that fits with the grocery analogy. But
right, maybe it shouldn't be groceries, but let's say, 1 year supplies, pencils, what have you. Whatever they think they can make it.
That would, to me, would be your financing whatever your current operations of the district was in that particular year.
Well, all I can say is that word capital improvements has gotten this community into debt. In the past, it has caused us to have a burden that doesn't match with our existing facilities and major projects that are on deck. And I guess what we would be looking, you may disagree, but I have real concern, and I think there are many of us that believe we have reason to be concerned of that word being.
No, I don't disagree with you or agree with you with respect to whatever your position is as to what happened previously. The only thing that I suggest is that, as I understand the policy that you want, is that you do not want the term of the bond issue, the payback period, if you will, to exceed the useful life of whatever asset it is that's being purchased. And the policy specifically says that. If you want something other than that, fine.
Okay, folks,
I like the first one you had, Frank. The first one you wrote was just fine with.
They were both.
You know, there was a majority of the board sitting up here that was very happy with the first rendition. And, you know, quite frankly, I'm tired and I want to go home. And this is, you know, David, everybody sitting up here knows you're looking for a way to finance the IMC project.
Yep,
and this
I'm
is
sure
really politically convenient for you to sit up here and
That's my only
pick
interest,
this thing apart.
political convenience.
And the way that this is worded, I'm not comfortable with it. Including but not limited to improvements to existing facilities leaves the door wide open again for any board in the the future to start buying football fields again.
No, it doesn't at all.
Yes, it does.
Excuse me. Let me. I have to correct you on that because that is an interpretation of something that I've written here. And if you look at what it is including but not limited to, it talks about in a case where the district finances through the issuance of bonds an expenditure of funds for capital improvements or projects. Including but not limited to is language that modifies capital improvements or projects. That is not expansive language.
Frank, that's exactly the language that was used to spend all the bond money before. It came in under capital improvements.
Right.
I know you as our solicitor would tell us that's not the case, but a new solicitor, a new administration don't call it anything.
You can't read the first half of the sentence without reading the second half. The second half says that when you are purchasing that the term of the bond and the useful life have to match, or more appropriately, that the term of the bond has to be not greater than the expected useful life, and in no case greater than 20 years. That's what the policy says.
Okay, folks, let me give the audience a last chance. We didn't hit, there was, the last audience of citizens was after technology. Last call, audience of citizens on matters that went from personnel to the end of the list. Mrs. Gramenko.
I have a technology question because there wasn't anything and it went real quick and then it moved on. It's late. I'll make it quick. There was a move to seek bids for the IMC plan on the next agenda, am I correct? But I never heard whether David's, I don't even want to call it David's plan, the technology plan from the community.
Yes.
Is that going on the agenda?
It is
you want me to answer that question?
Yes, please. Please.
The last time, let me read you the policy. It's policy 9365, and the legal advice that I gave previously is entirely consistent with this, and you'll see how it dovetails. It reads as follows: the agenda for each meeting shall be developed jointly by the president, superintendent, and secretary, in accordance with policies 9368.1 and 9368.3, as the case may be. 9368.3, by the way, has nothing to do with this. It deals with the reorganization meeting. So the only policy in question is 9368.1. Items recommended by board members for inclusion on the agenda shall be forwarded to the president. Suggestions from members of the public should be addressed and delivered to the president not less than 2 weeks prior to the meeting. Inclusion of such items on any agenda shall be at the discretion of the president or at the request of a majority of the members of the board. That's where you're getting the idea. Now let me take you then to 9368.1, and this is entitled Order of Business for Regular Business Meetings, and it lists a whole lot of things there. And then at the bottom, or close to the bottom, on item number 9, it says Other Business. And that's where I previously advised that if the legal advertisement is sufficient to contain any other business provision, anyone on the board can make a motion. When that motion is seconded, then that motion would have to be voted by the board after appropriate discussion. So that's...
Just adding, the famous police officer vote, I didn't know whether there were 4 or 5, and it was at my discretion and I put it on.
There you go.
Because I knew it needed to be debated.
It's 12:30. Is it going
It'll come
on?
up, I understand from Mr. White's, it will come up on Thursday.
Okay, so we should look forward to
anticipating
that.
that, we should get a current copy of it, give it to everybody.
Yes.
With,
Has it changed?
only because, well, I don't know whether, we're talking about the same document that was
March the 12th
aired,
document.
whatever it was in March. It
I don't
shouldn't
even
be
have a
changed.
copy. I still have mine,
Okay.
unless it's changed.
It has not changed.
There's been changes to it.
And because of the 5-hour meeting, more than 5, is there some way that we can predict how long? I am completely burned out. I can't imagine that you guys can even be there saying anything intelligent. I'm sure I'm making no sense at this hour. Is there any way that you can predict or know or feel out? I mean, this was a lengthy agenda. If technology's going to come up again and we're going to relive that nightmare once again, I can't imagine it's going to be any better. I'm passing that back to you, but thank you.
No prediction whatsoever. You also don't play the lottery. Anybody else, please? Anybody? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Motion to adjourn?